Hey everybody, and welcome to a brand new series on the Crimson Scales characters. Crimson Scales, if you do not know, is a Gloomhaven spin-off project led by a lot of people in the community to just create brand new classes, brand new scenarios, and a whole kind of different campaign to kind of be the same kind of size really as the base game of Gloomhaven, but it is a non-licensed product, so it's not official kind of canon, if you like, inside the Gloomhaven universe, but it features all of the same kind of mechanics that we love and some really interesting characters, and it is a really big undertaking, and it's clearly been spent a lot of time in tweaking all of these things and making it right. It's probably the most highest quality kind of version of a fan-made kind of spin-off that I've seen, or expansion to a game, and it rivals Gloomhaven really in terms of size. So if you have not seen this before, I will leave the links down below if you'd like to check out the project yourself. There is a free tabletop simulator mod that you can use to actually just check it out and play it on there if you'd like to, but also there was a boxed printed version that you could get into. I don't know if, depending on when you're watching this, you might still be able to get hold of that. I don't really know, or if not, there is a print and play files available too if you'd like to print it at home. But yeah, we'll be taking a look at those. This is always my first impression with these characters. This is not like an official guide for these characters, but we do get into them, and a lot of people in chat as well chip in with their information about the characters. So we do have a really good discussion about these, but this is my first impression. I haven't played these characters before, but this was a bit of fun really to review these and see what the kind of differences are between what the community can come up with and what official classes look like. The first episode today is on the Ruinmaw, so let's just jump into it. I think it's kind of important for us to get the, you know, like the context of the character and like the theme of the character too, because it will obviously be mainly focusing on the abilities, like does this look like fun and is this going to be a cool character to play, but also, you know, is it thematically cool? You know, if they come up with a really cool idea for a character as well, just in the general scheme of things, right? So this is, let's go for the Ruinmaw. So in the on the back of all of the Gloomhaven kind of character boards, you get two sections of text. The first is usually dedicated to the race of what it is, so vermlings, that's to do with that. And the second part is usually more specific to the actual character itself and what that type of character is, right? So this is you know, boilerplate stuff that you will find on the back of every vermling character, whereas this is something that will be unique. So we'll read this part. So in times of dire need, a vermling pack can impart all of their psychic might into the strongest of their number at the cost of their own lives. Transformed by this last desperate act of its kin, the Ruinmaw grows into a vengeful monstrosity, able to rend its enemies to pieces with just its claws. This lone survivor is left with an insatiable hunger to match its fearsome power. Resourceful mercenary guilds or desperate ones take advantage of their ravenous nature, paying them not in coin, but in the thrill of the hunt and the feeding that will follow. So, a pretty that's a pretty brutal backstory for a character. That's a pretty brutal backstory. So essentially, they are funneling all of their own energy into this one giant vermling, or yeah, flesh-eating vermling, or I guess giant in terms of a vermling. So that's a pretty brutal backstory for a character. It's not, yeah, it's pretty bad. And obviously they're going to be quite a wow, based on that you're expecting a melee kind of damage character, similar to like the Berserker, I guess, like a crazed, frenzied fighter of some sort, right? Zombie kitten, right? Zombie rats. So the mechanics. So we got 11 cards, so that's quite good. Quite a large hand size, I would say. Health is, I'd say this isn't on the super low end. This is about middle, isn't it? This is middling health, I think. 8. Yeah, this is middling. Not the lowest, not the highest. Somewhere in the middle. So pretty similar to someone like Scoundrel, I guess, in terms of this kind of stat. And this obviously is a little bit more as well. Okay. Sated. which is, I guess, a mechanic that they've got here. So I do like the fact that they put the mechanics on the front of these boards. That's going to make it nice and easy for us to at least review these to begin with before we get into the cards. So lost actions will sate the Ruinmaw's hunger, denoted with a blood drop symbol. At the bottom of the action, actions with a track can have a sated symbol within a use slot. When that space is used or after a non-track lost action is resolved, the Ruinmaw immediately becomes sated, which lasts until the end of their next turn. You can flip over the token on this mat as a reminder. While sated, certain actions have mandatory augmented effects. This augment is represented with a blood drop, followed by a colon, followed by how the action is augmented. Okay. So this is to do with... Okay, so basically it's like you need to feed and you're going to need to manage that. So a bit like a vampire, right? Kind of like, I'm getting a vampire vibe here, chat. Getting that kind of like vibe that you're going to need to feed the beasts, which is, I guess, pretty thematic to this kind of thing, where they're not really doing it for any reason except for the fact that they're just like an animal. It rewards you for going crazy and burning cards. Yeah. Rupture. That's another bloody sounding thing. If a figure is ruptured at the end of each ability, where that figure moved at least 1 hex, it suffers 1 damage. If an ability applies rupture and a forced movement effect, rupture is always applied before the forced movement. If a heal ability is used on a ruptured figure, the rupture token is removed and the heal continues normally. So what we have here is kind of like a variation on wound here. So at the end of each ability where that figure moved at least 1 hex, it suffers 1 damage. Oh, okay, I like this. So basically, if you move, you take damage. Interesting. I like this. So this is actually like, okay, so I'm gonna pull another Dota reference because that's like my best frame of reference. He's like Bloodseeker, right? Like Bloodseeker. So if anyone's played Dota before, the character Bloodseeker, their ultimate is called Rupture. And what that does is essentially you take damage if you move. So if you get ruptured, kind of need to stay in one place. But obviously that's not great because then everyone's just going to gang up on you in one place. So it could just be like a death sentence either way because you need to run away, but you can't because you're ruptured. So yeah, I like that. I think this is a really cool mechanic and will be very good on just rupturing someone like a guard, right, Pelican? Rupture them, and then you could just leave them to it. Very good on slow enemies that don't move a bunch, but move pretty reliably. So I guess stuff like living corpses maybe might be quite good. I can see it being quite good there. I like the idea of this effect because it's also not going to do a lot all of the time. Like, it's not always going to be great, but it's quite unique. And yeah, this will be interesting to see how much forced movement this character has, right? This is going to be interesting, like pushes and pulls, right? Let's see how this is going to work. And it's the end of each ability. So in theory, if you were to push and then you were to push them again in separate instances, they're going to take that damage twice. So there's potentially more ways to trigger rupture than wound, right? Wound is always going to be 1 damage at the beginning of their turn. Nothing more, nothing less, really. Whereas this could potentially be quite a bit if you could combo it with other characters or other abilities that could push and pull or force them to move. Doomed Compass suddenly becomes a good item on this character, right? Just 3 damage. So yeah, I think that's a really unique ability, and I actually really like it. I think it's a very simple ability, and it's very easy to implement too, right? It's not adding too much faff. Very easy. That's 2 damage if it's also wounded. Yeah, and if you can wound them too, that'll be even better. Empower. A figure that is targeted with Empower must shuffle a card from that class's Empower deck into its remaining attack modifier deck. When this card is revealed through one of the figure's attacks, it is removed from the deck and returned to the personal supply of the class it came from. Right, so now I'm going to need to know what the Empower deck is. What is What is the Empower deck? That is the first resonance I've heard of it, and it sounds almost as if every class has their own deck. So Empower is a goofy bless. It depends on what the... It sounds like there's a card, a specific different set of cards for each class, though. It says a figure that is targeted with Empower must shuffle a card from that class's Empower deck. But yeah, it's essentially the same as Blessing, but it depends on what these cards are. Like if Empowers are, you know, +1s, +2s, things like that, that's quite interesting depending on how often you can Empower. I think Ruinmaw is rolling +1 push ones. Okay. It's just interesting. It's just interesting that one class would have a mechanic. So it makes me wonder if Empower is a general new mechanic, right? Perhaps Empower we'll see again, because for one character to have an ability, but then every other class in the game needs to now have an Empower deck in order to work with this one character. That's obviously incredibly awkward. So maybe this is just a new mechanic that is unique to Crimson Scales, or... Do you know what I mean? Like, it would make this character much more difficult to integrate with anything outside of the set that it's in. Because you're immediately saying that those characters now need to have extra things made just to work with this character, which is a bit awkward. But I like the idea of there being some kind of different form of Bless that maybe has some more useful utility style abilities in it that are maybe a bit more unique to the character. But you've also got the perk system, which is kind of doing this sort of thing anyway, right? It's like perks are sort of try and create your unique attack modifier deck. It's interesting, though. We'll have to see. Maybe we'll have to find this out somewhere. Maybe if I just type it in, we can find it. Empower deck. Empower Crimson Scales. See if we can find the... See if we can find something on the official thing about it. Assets. We'll just go for the low res for now. Don't see anything here that would... I mean, there's nothing... Because these guys don't have them in, right? They're just the cards. Don't know about the others. I think he empowers himself more than others. Well, that would make sense, but where is his empower? Oh, maybe it's in attack modifiers. It'll be in attack modifiers. That's where it will be, right? Empower. That's perks. Doesn't look like it's that. Back. Back again, please. Back, back, back. Not sure. Can't find it in the rules book. It's just a weird turn of phrase. We won't like hyper focus on it too much. But it's something to consider here. Obviously, it's the way that it's worded implies that there's an empower deck for each character, which I think is interesting. But like I said, it raises problems with future compatibility of characters. Not always really an issue. Like, you know, the classes are being created for fun, so it's not a huge issue, but just worth kind of pointing out. So far, I like the idea of this. This is the one that I'm interested to see how this... It's going to be interesting to get into the cards, because this feels like the main mechanic. So let's dig into the cards, whereas this is just like a new effect, which is thematic and cool, and this obviously we're not 100% sure on. All right, let's look at the cards, shall we? All right, so Burning Bile. Attack 2, push 2, target one enemy within 2 X's. Just good value little attack. I like that they've templated this, I think, with the new... No, this is templated in Gloomhaven style, not Frosthaven style. Although this seems a bit different. Seems somewhere in between. They've definitely got the words on there, but not the layout seems a bit different. Maybe it's somewhere in between. Anyway, so this is the satiate ability. So wound the target of the attack ability and all allies and enemies adjacent to the target and gain 1 XP. Wow. Hey, that's really good. Depending on how easy it is to to get that. But that is really good. So we have to burn a card to get that initially, right? So lost actions will satiate, denoted with a... Okay. Okay, so basically we need to burn a card first. Okay, so this is like a follow-up action that we would do on the next turn, right? So is it before or after the push? So technically it would be after because of these dots here. That's denoting that there's a split in the action, right? So you would attack it, push it, and then you would wound, I guess, everything that it's next to after it's pushed. Which could be better, could be worse. Thematically, it's quite cool. I think this is decent. I mean, I would probably play an attack 2, push 2. The fact that it says target one enemy within 2 hexes as well. It's a melee attack, but it's got a decent amount of range to it. I think makes this quite playable too. You think the Empower cards are files 21, 22, and 23 in the attack life deck. Thank you, Beefcastle. What we'll do then is when we get to an Empower card, we'll dig them out. You can push them into their friends. Yeah, I like that. And this actually makes this super flexible. This is a like an underappreciated line of text, I feel, because now suddenly if there's like a trap between you and or there's a really annoying ranged enemy, right? Who's like, oh, they've managed to hide in the corner behind a load of traps. You actually can still attack them with something, and depending on obviously how much range effects this character has, might not have any. This could be quite a premium card for that kind of thing. I would play an attack 2, push 2 melee attack anyway, a lot of the time at level 1. So I think this is really good. I think this is like a decent card, very useful. You can avoid retaliate. Yeah, that too, absolutely. So again, it's gonna come down to a lot of like how often this happens, because if we're burning cards, we've only got an 11 card hand. That is quite an aggressive curve, you know. I guess the Tinkerer is a character that can burn cards regularly and gets away with it. 11 is it'd be interesting. I don't want to get too mathy today, but I'm sure they've probably worked out the maths behind that. Bottom, move 3, rupture, target 1 adjacent enemy. Like it. If you manage to, you could move up to an archer, rupture them, and then because they don't want to have a disadvantage on their attack, they might actually move away on that turn of their own, like, accord, right? They might just do it because they want to try and get away. So I felt like this actually is quite useful when approaching a ranged enemy, for sure. I like this. Good 2 halves of a card. Very useful and not like overpowered or anything, just like good abilities that I think work well with the theme of the character so far. Nice. Right, Caustic Claws, attack 3, poison, and then you got this satiate. I hope I keep saying that right. Target 2 adjacent enemies and gain 1 XP. Attack 3, poison 2. That's good. Again, though, the downside of having to burn cards, boy. That's kind of a problem, huh? Burning cards. But this is really good. Is it better than the previous one? I don't know. I like that they're different and they're probably useful in different situations, actually. You know, there's going to be times when actually maybe you've managed to get Rupture up on this enemy already, so you're already getting that extra damage, right? There's times when this is going to be much more useful. And generally, Wound is better than Poison most of the time, right? Because it's a guaranteed damage. Whereas Poison, you still have to attack an enemy to get the use of the Poison. You know, Wound potentially does something the turn that you play it, whereas Poison requires a follow-up turn. If I know an ally can also benefit from it, but, you know, in theory. I like it. I think it's good. Nice variation on this and useful for different reasons. 78 initiative. Oh, we didn't do the initiatives on these two cards. I mean, this is obviously not a great initiative because it's just right in the middle. So you're going to have to pair it with something because you either want to go early or want to go late, right? It's like you never want to go in the middle of order. It's just never really a good time to go because it's just awkward. You usually want to go either early or late, plan around that. So not really a very usable initiative in terms of using it as an initiative card. This one a little bit more so because it's a bit later. Move 5, jump. All allies and enemies move through, gain Rupture. And this is how we generate this. This is a burn, and this is we generate satiate. Satiate. It's gonna be really hard for me to do this. Hey Kieran, what are we looking at right now? We are looking at the Ruinmaw, which is a custom class in the Crimson Scales Gloomhaven kind of community-made expansion, if you like, or spin-off. I think it's probably better. I mean, the scope of it is as large as Gloomhaven, so it seems unfair to say expansion at this point. It's more of like its own kind of spin-off. And it's all custom community-made scenarios, characters, items. Uses some components from base Gloomhaven, of course, but for the most part, it's a lot of new stuff. It might just be this character's jam has to exhaust early, but hopefully gains you enough tempo. I don't know if I love that as a mechanic, though, if that was the thing, because it's never nice to be a player playing a multiplayer game where you're out, regardless of if it's a co-op game or not. I just don't like games where you're out. I feel like the Spellweaver is a good example of this, where you can kind of push it quite hard, and if a player pushes it too hard too early and they exhaust, then it, you know, do you really want to watch your friends play another, you know, 5, 6, 7 rounds after you've died? Not really. You know, 2, maybe 3 to get the win or something. Yeah, sure. Like in the final room. But if you exhaust too early and then your friends don't want to stop because they're like, hey, we think we can still win, and they have to play another 7 or 8 rounds, it's a lot of downtime for you to sit there and not be playing. Yeah, it's a cooperative game. Of course, you can, you know, give advice and things, but and you're still involved in some way. But it, yeah, I personally would dislike that experience. So we'll see. But 11 cards is a lot of cards in Gloomhaven, you know? Yeah, just burn at most 2 cards early mid, so you have 9, then go crazy near the end. Well, so far, if I had to make a judgment, like a snap judgment, like we're only 2 cards in, right? But being able to burn, like this, for example, gives me like trample feelings, right? This feels like trample. Feels like a really good ability to just do on the first turn almost. You do something like this, and then potentially you go straight into like this on the following turn as like an opening turn to your character. You know, this would be on the first turn. This would be on the second turn, maybe. You know, we'll see what other cards coming up. And I get a feeling that perhaps you want to burn like a big card at the beginning of every room. And if you do that and you've got a 4 room, you know, sort of scenario, you'll probably be okay. I think the problem comes when you start burning, you know, back-to-back turns where you're going burn, burn, burn. then you're going to get yourself into trouble. Whereas if you just kind of burn one, get a good effect, then maybe just play some good value cards, then we'll see. So we'll have to also look out for that. We'll look out for good, just general value cards that you can play when you're not needing this, right? But I like this. I like this effect. It's like trample, but it's this new unique thing. It's probably a little bit... I'd say it's probably a little bit weak, but I say it's weak. It's weak in the context of some other cards, but I feel like it's a very unique effect, this rupture. So it's hard to judge because how much push and pull and how much movement, how much damage is it going to do, right? Like I would kind of much rather have an attack than rupture, it feels like. But, you know, it's a big move. It's got jump, so it's going to get you to where you need to be. And you can do a bunch of stuff. The ally drawback on this is maybe a little bit mean, but I think you can play around that. You might struggle if you had lots of summons, maybe, but you could probably avoid it, I would say. This is a class trying to get you to burn more cards, right? You feel like you usually play your burns pretty conservatively when it's usually more fun to burn cards and can work. Yeah, I mean, again, it depends a lot on the difficulty level that you're playing and how you personally can manage that. Because I've seen people burn cards just for no reason other than to, you know, oh, I should burn it because I played it. You still need to be flexible, right? And with a character like this, where you have a very clear 2-turn combo. You play one card to unlock the next turn. It's like playing an element, right? It's like you have your own guaranteed element that's only available for one turn and only you can use it, which is great because no other player can steal it away from you or no other monster can steal it away from you or convince you that they could do anything with it, right? So it's kind of cool in that. That's like a good way of seeing it. We're creating a guaranteed element that only we can use and we get a really cool effect by using it on the next turn, but we have to burn a card to get it, right? And that's a risk reward situation. And yeah, I mean, so far these are good abilities, and it's gonna come down to this: how good are these? And I think like this is decent, but it's certainly not like, oh my god, amazing. But it's thematic, it works well for the character, and it's balanced and it's pretty fair. So yeah, it's a fair card. It's not crazy broken, it's just fair, and it unlocks another part of your character, right? So that's going to be important. It fades. I'm pretty sure it said one turn, right? Did it not? You become sated, which lasts until the end of their next turn. Right? So you could use it immediately too, right? Ah, so it's better than elements. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe it didn't have to be allies, but it's theme, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I think you can avoid that downside. So I think it's very thematic to the character, right? They come out to some rampaging beast. It's probably not going to differentiate much from allies and enemies, right? It's probably just going to... This is going to kill stuff. So thematically, I like it. I think it makes sense. But so another way to see it is an instant use element as well, because it is not bound by the element rules, which are you can't use it the turn that you generate it. Well, this you can. No rules to say you can't do that. Ophelia, thank you so much for the resub. 4 months. I really appreciate the support. Welcome back. The quest continues. Great to have you here. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, so it doesn't... And you also don't use it? Oh, I see. Oh, so actually it's a bit better than I thought. Okay, so it's not like... Sorry, my assumption was that if we were to use this, it would disappear, like it would consume it like an element, right? It would take that away. Is that not the case then? Are we saying that we can use as many of these benefits for the remainder of that turn... And the next turn, we can do it as much as we like, but at the end of the next turn, it goes away. It's like strengthen. Yes. Okay. So it will work like that. Aha. Yes. Okay, that's cool. So it's actually really good because we get the benefit off of another action on this turn. So whatever the top is potentially. So you could do this, immediately go into this, and then on the next turn we could have 2 more uses. Actually, that's really strong. Depending on how good these are, that could be very good. That gives you potentially whatever the burn action is, which we're going to assume that a burn action is going to be fairly decent. Like, it's going to be fairly decent, right? Whatever it may be. Then we're going to have 1 more action that turn. And then we're going to have 2 actions on the next turn. And I guess with items, potentially even more, right? If we had rings, potentially even more. So, okay, I like that. Yeah, rings going to be useful. Yeah, rings are going to be so good on this character, actually. Right, well, I like that. It's a good start. I like this character so far. Cornered animal, move 1, retaliate oneself. If you are adjacent to an obstacle, all attacks targeting you gain disadvantage this round. All right, I quite like that. That's very thematic. Move 1, retaliate oneself. Adjacent to an obstacle, all attacks targeting you gain. Cornered animal, quite literally a cornered animal. I like that. I guess the only change I would make to this is, could this be wall as well? An obstacle or wall? Or is that maybe that would be too easy. Maybe that'd be too easy. It's not a very powerful effect. You know, move 1, retaliate 1. It's a move on the top. So depending on, maybe we have some really sweet combo that will work well with this move on the top. I don't know. We'll have to see. Or maybe some way that we can beef up this retaliate in some way. Some sort of synergy with retaliate. But thematically, I really like it. But it's probably it's a fairly weak card in general. But maybe it can do a bit more. I mean, disadvantage is not a bad thing to give to the enemy either. Nice initiative, though. Yeah, so 12. This is probably the selling point of the card, though, right now, right? It's the 12. Very nice early initiative. You need early initiative for an effect like this to even work. So it's nice that this effect is on this initiative. Sometimes you don't see that. Sometimes the game kind of trolls you a little bit and says, oh, you're going to have to pair this with another card to make it good. So it's good that this is good on its own. You don't need to worry about pairing something with initiative to make it good. The bottom attack 1, gain advantage if you are adjacent to an obstacle. Okay, nice. Like the flip side. Like it. Shield oneself. I quite like that too, actually. This is a little... If you're in the mix and you just want to attack something, I quite like this card, chat. I think this is actually a really... Because the initiative is good. So if we wanted to just use it as a move 2, it's a really good initiative to have as just a move 2 in a certain situation. You know, you do need to target a couple of cards that can fulfill that role for you. And it's usually your low initiative cards, or maybe your really high end, but usually your low initiative cards. Can they also just be used as a move 2 and in a spot? Yeah, 12 initiative, move 2. Sure, I could do that. But actually, the bottom here, if you don't want to move, allow you to go early, get a double attack in, hopefully kill something. And potentially gain advantage. And a little shield if you miss or it doesn't go well. I like this. Very fair card, I feel. A very fair card. Not setting the world on fire or anything, but just kind of fair. And what I'm going to be interested in is if we have anything that can combo with this a little bit more. Like if there's some way that we can go, okay, we can do this. Do I think that you need the obstacle to make it good? Probably not. Obviously it helps. I think maybe if it was wall, it would be too easy here. Maybe that's why it's obstacle or not wall. Also, does anybody know if any design considerations were made for these characters to do with the actual scenarios in Crimson Scales? Or is this more to do with, like, were the characters kind of created... Because my impression was that the characters were created independently. Then this kind of Crimson Scales was a bit of a collection of everything. So I don't know how much... For example, the Demolitionist has a lot of things to do with obstacles, right? That's because in Jaws of the Lion, there's a lot of scenarios with obstacles. And they designed it... yeah, with her in mind. Is that the case? This one is a bonus one. What with the? You mean with the X? Yeah, the X's are usually meant to be sort of optional, or sometimes side cards, but also sometimes more advanced. So they're usually the cards that kind of fill in some of the gaps. But there's a lot of characters who use their X's. Who is the publisher of Crimson Scales? It's I think it's just a self-published thing. Like if you go to Crimson Scales website, it's just them, the community itself. It's I think they're using like a printing house, but it's all like crowdsourced in that sense. Like there's no official publisher. Oh, sorry, this class is an add-on is what they mean. Oh, sorry, Tim. Okay, I understand now. So this class was just added on in addition. Okay. All right. That's interesting then. Right, easy prey. Attack 3 wound. And if we are sated, we can recover one of our discarded cards. That's nice. This is the kind of thing that I wouldn't do an action for specifically. It's a bit, you know, to actually perform an action to do this is a bit, but to get the extra value here, quite nice. That's also going to give you a little bit more stamina over time, right? So when you have a odd series of cards in your hand, so you start with 11 cards, right? Which is an odd number of cards. You have to play 2 cards per turn. So that means on your very first rotation, you're going to be down a card, which means you're going to have to rest, you know, 1 round earlier, right? So if you play this on the odd rounds when you don't have an even number of cards in your hand, you're actually going to get an additional turn. And if you can do that reliably, that could actually be quite good. So I feel like this is an effect that this character would benefit from a lot, because they are burning cards and you're even starting with an odd size hand, right? So in terms of longevity for this character, this could be quite an important card for that, right? And if you burn 1 card, you're odd again, right? Yeah, so if you on your very first set of turns, you start with 11. Let's say you burn a card, right? You still got an odd number of cards for that particular sequence, and then you're going to be burning another card again, right? Once you long rest or short rest. So yeah, I think this could actually be quite an important card for making this character have that stamina to continue on. And it's a good, you know, I'd use an attack 3 wound regardless. This is actually a really good card to play as well. Even if you don't have this, if you just wanted to go and attack something, like you were taking the scenario a little bit slower, I feel like this is just a really good attack, and I would play this all day, every day. So yeah, very, very good, I think. Very, very good. Hey, Amorthai. Seems I'm already in the... Well, I didn't mean to be in the expansion pack, if that is the case. This was community voted. So the community voted on which characters for me to look at. So we're doing Ruinmaw, Brightspark, and Starslinger. So I didn't know that this was one of the bonus ones that wasn't actually initially, I guess, within the Crimson Scales universe or whatever it was. But I'm really liking it so far. I think this is a very interesting character. On the next source of damage that would reduce you to less than 1 hit point, suffer no damage instead, and perform heal 4, self, empower. So double empower. Empower. Right, we need to look up what these empower things are. We need to look up what these empower things are. So I think it was said that they are here, but they're in the... They're these ones down here. These are the empower ones, right? Yes, so this is the empower symbol. Can I rotate through them? Yes, good. So not empower. Okay. So this would be a heal oneself rolling modifier. Not bad. Another one. Is that it? Is that just 3 of those? Am I missing something here? Is that it? Does the blood drop symbol mean gain or lose HP? Neither. It's to do with its special mechanic, which is called satiated. I can't say that word. I'm gonna be really bad with my words today, chat. But basically, it's its own mechanic. It kind of works like a dedicated element specifically for this character. So it's like a resource that this character specifically uses that's exclusive to them. So I don't know if I'm missing any here. I think people said that there was supposed to be pushes in this, but this is not pushes. This is all just heal oneself, which is fine. Don't mind this. There's only 3 of them as well. So maybe people thought this was the push symbol, but I think this is the empower symbol, right? Condition, you'd say? Yeah, maybe more similar to strengthen. That's true. But I like it like an element because I liken it to an element because it's like a resource that you use, whereas strengthen is like an effect. Does that make sense? But yeah, you're right. It's kind of like, I guess it is in spirit more like an effect that kind of unlocks the stronger elements of your character. Okay, so, I mean, having some rolling heals is quite nice. Not too bad. If that's all it is, it's a nice little added bonus. It's nothing crazy. Obviously, Bless is much, much better. But it is double empower. So, I mean, getting 2 of those in is nice. This is... The templating to this is a little bit... I mean, it's very similar to the Berserker templating for Defiance of Death. I think it is. So it specifically reduced you to less. So basically, if it would kill you. If something would kill you. So it's not the next time you take damage. It's the next time that basically... So this could, in theory, hang out, you know, in your active area for a little bit of time before it actually kind of happens, right? Could just hang out. The design of this card is poor. Heal 4, new line. South. What is the south attached to? Oh, I see what you mean because of the commas. Heal 4, comma, south, comma. Yeah, you're right. It's a little bit weird. I guess a lot of that is because of this. Like, it's a very text-heavy card, which is just... You know, the nature of the effect is quite text heavy. But yeah, I see what you mean. It's a bit weird that it's got heal 4 south, but it's because they can't. I guess it's because you couldn't template it like this because there's not enough space on the card. So instead of doing a separate line, they've done it like this. And then maybe it's just they can't write self on it again. And they wanted to do the double empower. Yeah, it feels like maybe they couldn't quite template it exactly how they wanted to and fit it on the card. So they kind of had to... I mean, I think it reads exactly as it makes sense, you know, what it says. But you're right, the templating is a bit awkward, but maybe that's just because of the space they had. Okay, the problem I haven't... The minor problem that I have with this is that it feels like we don't get to trigger it. And that might be a bit awkward for you, because what happens when it gets triggered out of the blue when you don't really want it to, right? I guess you'd kind of want to play this when you are low on health already, because otherwise you wouldn't get the benefit of the heal 4 or whatever. But let's say I was to play it and then, you know, I'd randomly get a ×2 drawn against me in an awkward position. There's a chance that this might trigger at a time when you don't really want it to. On 55 initiative 2, it's not like you'd have to pair it with an early initiative, right? I guess you could pair it with this, wouldn't be too bad. You could play this, move 1, retaliate 1, and then you could play the bottom of this, and on the next turn have a big attack. The other problem is that... Well, actually, it's until the end of your next turn, right? Yeah, so the other problem with this is that if it doesn't... You maybe only get 2 uses of the sated rather than 3, because obviously you're not going to take damage on your own turn unless we somehow have a way of doing that with a top action as well. I don't know. We'll have to look into that. Like a berserker-like effect where we can deal damage to ourselves. But it just seems... It seems like we lack control. But it's a good ability. But it's lacking a little bit in like us being able to plan how to use it maybe. Do you empower self as well? I presume so. I presume so. Because otherwise there'd be a range on this or something, wouldn't there? But I don't mind this card. I think the top is very strong. I think this is obviously going to be maybe key to you getting the longevity out of the character. The bottom is a bit awkward, but that's fine because I quite like having these kind of, you know, play every single round type cards. Like, you're always going to want to play this pretty much every single time you have it in your hand, right? Bonk. What are you bonking me for? You're pretty much going to want to play this every single time it's in your hand for the top. But for the bottom, it's going to be maybe a little bit more situational. It's going to be towards the end of the scenario when you are on death's door a little bit. And then maybe you can have a really strong finish where you can burn this and just go ham for a little bit, you know, for the next turn. Sated. Sated. So I'm kind of saying it almost right. Sated. Nice, Professor. Sated. Feast of Flesh. Attack 5. Kill the target if its current hit point value is equal to or less than 2 after the attack. Oh! Got a Doomstalker here, boys.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
A little bit spicy. We got a Doomstalker. Hello. 2 XP and sated. This seems a little bit weak. And when I say a little bit weak, I mean it's more fair, if you like. I'm not quite sure what the power level of Crimson Scales is, to be fair. You know, when I say weak, I'm referring to classic Gloomhaven more so than I am, you know, Frosthaven or anything else. So it seems like this would probably be a little bit bigger of an attack if it was, and it wouldn't have this kind of... I mean, this is nice if they're quite low on health. Good way of finishing off a character for sure. But if something had 6 or 7 health, would you hit it with this? I guess you probably would. But if you draw a -1, you miss. Depends how prevalent Strengthen is too. I know we've had a little bit of advantage already, but that was only on that attack. That wasn't like Strengthen, right? Hey, Quentu. New expansion or this is Crimson Scales, which is the community-made kind of spin-off, if you like, of Gloomhaven. So it's a bit unfair to say expansion because it really, the scope of it is just as big as Gloomhaven. But it's all community-made classes, items, and scenarios. So this is the Ruinmaw character. 73 initiative, not very good for... I guess it's okay for trying to go late, but it's not perfect. Heal 2 self. Add empower, and gain 1. I feel like we're missing some empower cards, chat. There can't be just these 3 cards. Really, can there? Can you only have a maximum of 3? Just feels very... I don't know. This doesn't feel like very many. Holy Enhancement Pip. Top of the list. Okay, well, that one's templated a bit differently. Now I'm confused. So these are the +1 pushes. What were the other cards then? Because they're not templated like this. They look different. There's a lot of these. Okay, there's a lot of these. +1 and push 1 rolling modifier. That's really good, actually. With your rupture mechanic and just push in general can be very strong if there's lots of traps and scenarios anyway, or for positioning purposes. So push is a really nice thing to have. Gives you immunity to wound, to retaliate sometimes. That can be really powerful. All right, well, I like these a lot more than the heal ones for sure. Maybe you shuffle them together and do it random because they're both in powers, or one's for you and one's for your allies. Yeah, maybe. I don't want to like dig too much into that, but obviously there's something is slightly different there between those, because they are templated differently. These are templated like blesses, so that would kind of make sense. Okay. So if we were to heal ourselves for 2 and we were to add in 2, relatively decent cards. It's okay, I guess. Pretty good. If we can't do anything else and we're not moving, or if we don't need to move because everything's dead, it's very good, right? If we've killed everything and we just need to get strong for the next room, put them in, nobody's going to turn that down. I'll be interested to know what our perks are as well. Like, have we got a way to thin our deck? If we can thin our deck, then stuff like this becomes much more powerful, right? When you talk to like an elementalist who has this giant attack modifier deck, adding extra cards is just like whatever. But if we actually have quite a thin deck that we can get through, then adding these kinds of cards in is going to be much more impactful. What's the hand limit of the class? 11. Because it does heavily rely on burning cards. So until... I mean, let's have a look. Maybe we can quickly look at that now. Let's quickly look at the perks for this character. Should we chat? Where are you? Where are you? Back. Perks. Character perks. Ruinmaw. Replace 1 -2 with 1 -1 rupture and wound card. That's awesome. Replace 1 -1. So we're just replacing at the moment, not removing. Replacing. Replace. There's 1 remove. I guess so. We end up with a pretty normal sized deck, right? Oh no, hang on. There they are. Okay, so that's the weird card. Okay. No, here we go. This is the one you want. So it replaces a +0 with a rolling. So this is technically removal. And if you play with the new advantage rules, you don't get burned by it. So this is removing cards, because then you have to, with the rolling modifier, you're going to draw another one anyway, right? So this is thinning. Okay, and that explains what those other cards were too. That's what those other cards were these. That's why there were 3 of those. Okay, I think this is pretty decent. So we will be able to draw... Oh, wow. Look at that. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but... All right, this is spicy. All right, we will get back into this later, but this is... Okay, the deck's looking pretty good. The perks are looking pretty good. The perks are looking good. So Empower, I think, is decent. We've got a good way of removing 3 sort of nothing cards. And potentially we can get to draw these cards quite a lot. And potentially have quite a few rolling modifiers too. Actually, having the rolling empowers might be really good early on because it just kind of gives you a little bit more value, right? It's like a doubling down effect because the rolling modifier that you're putting in with that perk empowers, which is good with the perk that is because it's removing cards, right? It's a nice synergistic effect between the perk and what the actual perk does, right? It's a very nice synergy between those two things. I still feel like the top of this is maybe a little bit underpowered, or at least it could be a bit dangerous. You know, you might end up missing, and that would be really bad, and it would be a really bad effect, and what have you. So maybe getting strengthened is quite important on this character. We'll see, just for like one turn or two to do something like this. So you would empower flip deck after pulling the rolling empower and before flipping another modifier deck. That's a good question, actually. Yeah, what the order resolution is. I would say yes, but well, no, you wouldn't, because you'd resolve it like an effect at the end. No, you wouldn't. You'd resolve it like push or pull, right? Like if you flip a rolling push 1, you don't stop what you're doing and push it 1 hex. You keep drawing until you've completed your attack, and then you apply effects. And empower will be the same way, same as curse, bless, or whatever, right? If you get a bless self, you don't stop to put a bless in to then continue to draw, right? You would wait until you've resolved that attack, then at the end you would apply all effects involved with that attack. So then you would get it. So no, you wouldn't get the empower for that action. You do it at the end. Yeah. But if you treat it in the same way as you would push or curse or anything like that, it makes sense. Or just the heal ones, right? Feral lunge, move 3, jump, attack 4 with advantage. Hello. All right, I like this. I like this. This is good. Gives us an opportunity as well to maybe use a bottom attack action or something. Move 3, jump, attack 4 with advantage. Attack 4 with advantage is on that nice, like, that nice sort of range where you're like, you can do some decent damage with this. You're hopefully gonna do something like 6 damage with an advantage attack, and maybe 5 or 6 damage. Like that's what you're angling for here. Yeah, I like it. And the move 3 jump on top means you've got a bottom action that's free to play to do something else too. You can maybe attack again, right, with the 12. So if you wanted to go super early and do this, you could always play the bottom of this. Not bad. You aren't using maybe the element to its max, or sorry, the sated to its maximum effect by doing that. But I think it's still pretty good, right? Heal 2 self, add empower again. Oh, sorry, same card. Move 4, add +2 move, and gain 1 XP. So potentially move 6. That's a lot of move, chat. That's a lot of move. Potentially a candidate for a jump enhancement. I mean, if you can reliably get that, and I would take a move 4 with jump any day. But now suddenly you're talking a move 6 with jump. Oh yeah, this is a huge target for jump. You want to solve all of your movement problems, put jump on this card, I expect. If we have any. But that's not worth burning a card just to get a move 6 on the next turn or whatever, or on that turn. But it's certainly a decent effect. So far I'm getting the impression that this adds in not like a super broken amount of extra power to the card, but it's like just enough to make it like feel good. Like moving 6 is a lot of movement. Like it basically gets you to where you need to be. especially if you have some boots to just add on top if you really, really needed it. But move 6 will get you to where you need to be. The only limiting factor of this is the lack of jump, which is why I think you add jump on here and suddenly we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas. So it's not inherently incredibly powerful, but it is like a strong action. I'm definitely getting like Berserker vibes from this character in the sense that it's like you need to kind of manage this flow, and you know you're going to have a couple of really good turns, potentially back to back or in a quick sequence, but then you're going to have to kind of go on the defensive a little bit, and you're going to need to chill out because you can't go forever, because if you do, you're going to end up burning up and taking too much damage or burning too many cards in this instance. Like, I like that. I think that this is a nice twist on that kind of style of character that's unique, but it has that kind of vibe of I always like characters generally that have this risk reward style mechanic. It's why I'm really interested in the Blink Blade for Frosthaven, is because I feel like that character is also got that. The time token management is going to give you these kind of bursts of really good turns, then followed by, whew, I'm tired, guys. I need to take a turn or two off to just kind of like chill out a little bit, regroup, get myself together, then I'm off again, right? And I like those kinds of characters. So, and this one feels like it's in that vein so far. So yeah, great card. Yeah, I agree. I think this is a really good card. So far, I haven't seen anything that's broken either, which is, I think, a good compliment, because the seems to have balanced this character quite well, I think, from what I've seen so far. Like, it feels like it's been like worked on quite a lot, and it feels like, you know, the numbers are in the right spots, you know, the effects are in the right kind of area. It's just feeling very fair, but also like fun to play, you know? What's Rupture? So Rupture is a new effect that this character has, and if an enemy moves when they have Rupture at least one space, then they would take a point of damage. It's like Wound, but it triggers when they move. It's not 1 point per hex that they move, it's just 1 point if they move. So it could be a really good way of dealing with slow moving enemies. You've got a lot of push with this character potentially, so you've got lots of ways to be able to get them to take Rupture damage, but it's like Wound, except they take the damage if they move. So this class is the Dota 2 Bloodseeker. That's exactly what I kind of likened it to early on. With Rupture in particular, it is basically, well, it's even got the same name as the Bloodseeker's ultimate, which is Rupture. So, yeah. Yeah. So like Wound, it removes when it heals? Yes. And the heal goes through as well. So it functions exactly the same as Wound in terms of healing. So this is attack 3, Rupture. Add PS2 and gain 1 XP. Really cool, actually. I think like that's a nice utility thing to be able to add PS. Like I've said it before, PS, underutilized mechanic in my opinion. I really think it should be used more often, and I think more characters should have some way of having PS, or some way of mitigating shields in some way. I feel like that's always a good thing for a character to have in their toolbox to be able to deal with certain enemy types. And this is good because this is gonna do absolutely nothing some scenarios, right? Some scenarios you're like, I don't have any enemies with shield, what am I gonna do with this? But other scenarios, this is gonna be absolutely the best thing you can do. Not to mention that actually this is fairly strong on its own without this effect as well. Attack 3 with Rupture, not as good as the Wound one we saw earlier, of course, because Wound is guaranteed damage. Enemies might not always move. You know, you might be against a melee enemy who's just next to you and you never move away because it's really hard to make them, you know, or you don't want to for whatever reason. So it's always going to be harder to trigger Rupture than it is going to be to trigger Wound. Wound's just going to happen. But Rupture has that upside of potentially triggering multiple times in a single round through different effects. So there's like it's not quite as good, but if you work for it, it could be better. So I think this is like on par with Wound, possibly better depending on how well you can play with it. But yeah, it seems pretty good to me. Bottom is great for isolating an enemy for the corner for the allies and berserkering him. Oh, push 3, target one adjacent enemy, then move 3. And then just move into their face. True. Push them into a trap, and then move in. This is quite unique, actually, as well, right? Are there any cards that have done this before? I don't think I've ever seen a card that pushes and then allows you to move. It's always the other way around. Always. I don't think I've ever seen another card do it this way around. It does certainly give you another weird kind of... But also you could push one enemy away that you don't want to deal with and then move towards a different enemy entirely. So this could be a way for you to go... I mean, it's quite thematic to the name, right? Fight or flight. Because you could push some enemy away, then you could go and move 3 away in an opposite direction. You basically now gain like a 5 movement gap between you and that enemy, and maybe you can go and focus on a different enemy that's easier for you to deal with, and you kind of will worry about you later, right? I quite like that. Or like you said, pin them in a corner and then everybody can just wail on them if you wanted to. So I feel like this card's very thematic for this for what these effects are, you know, on the card. I think it's really well written. The bottom seems really good despite not doing anything incredibly innovative. It's literally just flipped the 2 actions that you would usually have, right? Literally just flipped these 2 actions. One before the other. That's it. You could enhance Immobilize. Oh, you got a dot there. Yeah, you got a dot there. Immobilize. That's a great call. I guess it depends, though, if you want them to take the rupture damage, right? Immobilized and rupture is interesting. Because you don't... I mean, you probably still want to immobilize. Because if you can make an enemy skip a turn, I don't think there's anything really better in Gloomhaven apart from killing an enemy than getting an enemy to miss a turn. You know, those are like the 2 most powerful things. Killing them, making them miss a turn. So... But that does have some interesting interplay with rupture. Where sometimes you actually wouldn't mind them moving. But then it becomes a bit like a retaliate mechanic. Where you're like, well... Like, retaliate's interesting, right? Because you have to take damage to deal damage back. Which means you need to be able to take that damage. You need to either have shield or a high health pool or however it is that you need to be able to deal with it. But you need to be able to deal with that. And Rupture is kind of similar in that sense. Because you want the enemies to move towards you to take damage. Or move away from you to take damage if they're archers or something. It's like an interesting kind of dynamic there that introduces into the game. What would be a fun item of this class? Hook chain. Grab an enemy next to you and pull them for the full or partial amount of your movement action. That could trigger bleed and or pull them through traps. Isn't a hook chain isn't it you add it to a ranged attack though? I don't think we've seen any ranged attacks yet though, have we? Also, just bottom push 2 is extra damage on a melee ranged ruptured enemy. Yep, it is. I think this is very, very solid. And again, so far from what I've seen, there's nothing here that's like screaming, oh my god, this is broken. How could you make a card like this? It feels very fair. Feels very like balanced in the way it's been made. And balanced more so in the newer sense of Gloomhaven being balanced, right? Frosthaven. Like Frosthaven is going to be much more balanced. This feels more in the vein of those characters so far. Feels a bit more in that kind of power level camp where things are just a bit fairer. And like we haven't seen anything like Disarm or Stun from this character yet. But I can only assume that there will maybe be something like that at some point, because I think it would make sense to have some big stun effect as a burn for this character. Nourishing Meal. Attack 5. Perform heal 2. Self-empower. Heal 2. Self-empower. Empower. They've written it in the same way again. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Maybe we're wrong with the way we want to template things. But it's been written in the same way again with that weird kind of comma, self, comma, empower. The attack ability killed at least one enemy. Interesting. This looks like the kind of thing that would combo well with any kind of like battle axe or something like that, right? Maybe increase your chances to trigger this. Something that could turn it into like a long spear. With long spear, Batman. Long spear, or with battle axe or reaping scythe. An item that allows you to turn a single hex melee into a larger one. Yeah. So it feels like it would have pretty decent synergy with that. The feeling is, though, is again, this is another one of those. If you miss this attack, this is going to be so brutal. Like, it's just going to really be bad. So you have to hope that you have some way of being strengthened or have advantage on this attack. Or just, I don't know, somehow know you're not going to draw your miss. I would hate to draw my miss on an attack like this. It would feel really bad. Same as the other one as well. Do I like this one more than this one? I think I like this one better. Just as like a guaranteed kind of kill. Well, I don't know actually, because they're both attack 5. No, this one's better. No, this one's better. Apart from the initiative. Well, actually, maybe the initiative's better here, going even later. You're going to be going late anyway, right? This is one of those might be good at level 1 at the end of a scenario, but gets benched quickly. Well, just because you feel like they're going to have too much health in later levels. Could be fair. But then you're only going to be playing this when... You're only going to play this when an enemy is probably sat on about 5 health, right? Maybe a little bit less. Maybe they're on 4, 3. If you really wanted it dead. If they had shield. I don't know. Like, if you were to play this when you needed exactly 5, could be a bit problematic if you don't have advantage. You're going to have to burn cards, right? The thing with this character is you're going to have to burn cards. And as far as the burns that we've seen so far, probably the best ones have been this and maybe the big move one to get Rupture on everything. But you're giving up a pretty strong attack here to do this bottom. The bottom of this one is move 3, gain advantage on all your attacks this round. Oh no. Oh no. All right, well, we can't burn the top of this one. Because this is the one that makes the other one good. Yeah, this is a really tough one to burn the top now. Because this is so strong. Yeah, okay. I mean, you would do this at the end of a scenario, right? To get 2 XP anyway, but... This feels like something that you are going to want to do a lot. Like a lot. So that means that this is not an early burn, which is weird though, because this is definitely something you want to do earlier rather than later. Because there's no point putting 2 cards into your deck when you've only got 1 enemy left to kill or 2 or 3 enemies left to kill, right? Like, the chances of you drawing it is going to diminish a lot. But if you manage to get your cards in early, it's a good chance by the end of the scenario, you're going to draw those cards and they're going to be useful. But if you're towards the end, this basically just becomes an attack 5 burn with maybe a heal that might or might not be useful, right? So... this is actually a pretty bad end game burn in terms of trying to win a... Like, if you're in a scenario and you're in a... Wow, we're struggling here, guys. We need to try and win this. Would this top burn really win you a scenario? No, it would not. This is really good, though. It's an interesting card, this. There's a bit of a juxtaposition. This is tempting... but this is really good. So I think I'd want to play this a lot. But we shouldn't look at burn cards as only the burn effect. It gives 2 to 3 stated effects as well. Yeah, for sure. Which is why I think that we've already kind of established, or at least through the first 3-4 burns that we've seen now, that they are all, I would say, a little bit weak in terms of a burn. Like, they're not... I think other characters might have slightly stronger burns, but that's because it's fuel for the fire for this character, right? So, like I said, you're going to have to burn cards. If you don't burn cards, I feel like this character is just so-so and probably pretty boring. Let's be honest. You don't want to play a boring character. So you just need to find good spots to play these burns. And you're going to have to. Otherwise, it's just not going to be fun to play, right? Have we looked at the perks yet? We have. We did a brief look, and the perks look very good. We'll go back at the perks at the end as well, but I did like the perks. The perks look good. They certainly there was a bit of deck thinning and a bit of improving your own self mechanics, which is kind of a more of a spin on Frosthaven stuff. So the perks looked a lot more like Frosthaven perks than they did Gloomhaven perks. Reckless attack for advantage, but wound self. Makes sense. Obviously, this would be templated differently nowadays with the Frosthaven templates. Well, a lot of these would be a bit different, but that makes kind of sense. It's a bit weird that the dots are here. Am I right in thinking that they should not be dots there? Or maybe they should be a solid line? I don't know. Looks almost like you could maybe decline the wound. I don't know. Maybe that's me just not knowing the templating as well as I should. But it almost looks as if the wound self is a separate action, so therefore you could decline it. Obviously, that wouldn't be that's not the point of the card at all. So that would be silly. But it's very strong. Wound self. I think wound self is fine because you actually have quite a lot of those perks to get yourself rolling heals is pretty good. This could come back to hurt you a little bit, but you've also got a lot of little heals, right? We've just seen one. We get little things like this. We get little added little heals here or there. In fact, there was another one here, which was quite good too. I feel like we've got ways of doing it. We got ways of dealing with a wound. I don't feel like a wound's that much of a drawback. An attack for advantage could be like 5 damage or so with no other setup required, right? You could just go bang, go in and attack for 4. I think it's very strong. And it's good to see that they've added some kind of drawback to this, because this is very good. And they've added a drawback so that perhaps you can't... I mean, you could spam it, because you could... I mean, once you've got a wound, right? You just... I can't get double wound, can't get triple wound. So you could spam this card a little bit. But I like that there's some kind of drawback to it. I'll tell you what would be better. It's better than poison or curse self. Yes, because you can heal through it. Absolutely. If it was poison, that would actually be pretty brutal for this character, because that means that one of these heals would be blocked. And I feel like these little heals are going to be quite important. So that could be a bit of an issue. If this was wound and poison, it would be really brutal, actually. Then I think we would be... Then it would be serious consideration, like, oof, do we play it? I don't know. But in its state here, I think this is strong. It's balanced. It's fair. I like the way that they're putting advantage on things. Makes me think that maybe there's less advantage items, or maybe there's less emphasis put on advantage in Crimson Scales. But this was a bonus character, so maybe they haven't really thought about that too much. But I like the idea of putting advantage on certain attacks and removing strengthen more. You know, making strengthen harder to have, but have a few attacks have advantage on them instead, because then you're kind of like controlling the brokenness of strengthen and advantage and stuff to just one attack rather than some bonkers amount of attacks, right? It's nice for level 1 card. Yeah, I think it's really good for level 1 card. Did the Falcon not play? I swear to God, OBS has been... It's not been good. This has not been working properly. I can play it for you, though. Boom. Is it not working again? I feel like I'm going to have to change points provider. These guys have had the service go down a lot recently. Oh, the newts seem to work. Just the Falcon's broken. Weird. Is situational attack 5 precedented in Frosthaven? I feel like this is pretty common. with some kind of use of your mechanic, yeah. I think the Drifter can hit for 4 very often. Even 5, I think. Usually with the use of your mechanic in some way. Or with a downside. And I think that this downside is actually not really a downside. This is probably... The weakest downside would be something like Muddle. Like, if it was Muddle, it would be like, we wouldn't even be sat here considering this. Like, it'd be such the best card ever. But I feel like, in terms of how detrimental to a character things go, you know, probably Muddle is the least impactful. Yes, you can miss an attack, but, you know, you can maybe take a turn off, or, you know, you might still hit an attack, right? It could, or it may or may not have a bad effect, and it goes away after a round. Then, to be honest, it probably is something like Wound, because Wound is something that you can have that doesn't affect the way you need to play for a little while. And obviously, if you're at low health, it's slightly different. But if, let's say, you're at decent health, you get wounded, you can probably carry a wound for a couple of rounds before you really need to worry about dealing with it, right? Or hopefully you can. Then, you know, you get into other ones that are just annoying, like Immobilize can be really annoying for certain characters because you just can't do anything. It's basically like miss a go, disarm, miss a go, stun, miss a go. Curse is probably maybe around the same kind of area as Muddle and Wound. Like, Curse is one of those things where it doesn't really hurt you initially, but the more of it, you know, if you get cursed a lot, then it can really build up and become an issue. Like, it's a compounding issue. Not bad if you get 1 curse, but if you end up getting 4 or 5 curses in your deck, suddenly it becomes really dangerous and really scary. But yeah, I don't think Wound is a particularly bad downside. It's one of the easiest ones to remove and just cleanly get rid of. Like in... Exactly. Drawing them curses. You don't want to be drawing them curses. Them misses. Move 3 jump. Useful. Never going to turn down a move 3 jump. Really like this card. I think this is I can tell that this is like a powerhouse standard card for this character. Like, it just does everything, right? The only place it's lacking is here, I think. This is a bit but everything else, 2 usable effects. You're going to use those. Scrape and Scrounge. Move 2, disarm 1 adjacent trap, heal 2 self, add Empower if you disarmed a trap with this action. Hey, there you go. Kind of like, again, it's an X card, and this feels like an X action. Something that you don't really want to use every scenario, but hey, occasionally you're going to come up against a scenario where this might be quite good. And I like the way that it adds this Empower in to give you a little bit more extra value. Just a little cherry on top, because this is kind of boring. Not bad by any means, but kind of boring. And then this kind of adds a little bit of spice, you know, into the mixture. You wonder if they consider making the downside all enemies have advantage on you to end the next turn or something like that. If they did that, though, you would need to have the card be played in front of the player. So this would then have to be a round effect card or a whatever card, which then means that it doesn't go to your discard. So I feel like it might limit the playability of the card a bit. Just something to consider. You'd rather disarm traps with monsters. True. This character does have a lot of push. So perhaps traps aren't really an issue that we need to worry about. But that's why it's an X card, right? 24 initiative is fairly decent with the early. Move 5. Loot. Each hex you... Oh. Scoundrel players? Scoundrel players? You thought you had to enhance a card. What? That's really good. Oh man, the thing is with this card is it's not... Ooh. Bottom has anti-synergy with the perk. I'm not sure which perk you mean. I'd have to look at the perks. You would add 1 XP to the trap disarm? Yeah, maybe. So far, I feel like this character... I mean, you have to burn cards to get XP. Like, you have to. Because you needs to unlock the XP on the sated abilities. If you loot 5, you gain sated. Well, technically you're going to gain sated regardless. You don't have to do the loot 5. So you could move 2. You would still get that ability because it's just the act of burning the card gives you this essentially, right? This is like, it's like generating an element, right? But it's like, yeah, it's generating an element, but it's light strengthen, functionally light strengthen, but it's kind of like generating an element. So you just do any part of this action. So you could just like move backwards and back again and you would get it. You wouldn't have to do the loot, right? Oh, if you loot 5, you gain sated. That's the thing with that perk. Oh, I see what you mean. This kind of does the same thing as that perk. So you wouldn't really want to do that. I see what you mean. It's like doubling down on the same effect. I see what you mean. I think it's useful for hoovering up all the loot though, right? And at least it's on the bottom, so potentially you could kill something and then, you know, do something else with your turn. It's a fairly free and easy turn. No jump or anything though. So maybe you would need something like that to really put it over the top. I usually hate enhancing burns though, because you know it's going to sit there for a good amount of time not having any value until you eventually use it. So this is always going to be a really awkward one to kind of enhance because of the fact that it's a burn. But really you want jump, right? Hey, Iron and Wine. So this is fine. Possibly, I could possibly see people bringing this fairly early on just to kind of get the heal as well. Like, just move towards the door of the next room. Depends how quick you are at clearing rooms. But the fact that you have to disarm this... I tell you what, like, this templating is a bit weird, actually. I'm not quite sure why it says... Why does it not say move to heal to self, then disarm one adjacent trap, add empower if you did it? Do you know what I mean? It's a bit weird that this relates to this, but... I mean... The thing is, with the templating for these cards, I generally trust these guys more than I trust myself, because I know they've worked very hard and they have a very good understanding of the game. So, like, when they template cards, they know how to template cards. So, it's not like, oh, it's a simple... anything simple like that. They probably have done it this way for a reason. They probably thought about that and left it this way. I wish it was only get the heal if you disarm the trap, since otherwise as a top move heal it can be used just for that. True. And it might be worth just doing it for that. I feel like that's a good effect. Just move 2, heal 2. The problem is you are giving up a top action, which is a very strong action, and you've got a real dead weight of a bottom action here. I don't know. It'd be an interesting card to see where it slots in, because it is a very nothing card. But I guess 24 initiative, you could use it as just a move 2 on 24 and probably get away with a few things here and there. So maybe it has that use too. If this was lower initiative, I think it would be a slam dunk, because you could just use it as a move 2 if in a pinch, right? Right, Feral Lunge. We need to like speed up, because otherwise I'm not going to get through 3 classes tonight. Move 3, jump, attack 4, advantage, sated, and 2 XP. So this is pretty similar to the other one that we had, right? Feral Lunge is... or I've already done it. Have I gone back again? Oh, it's because I pressed page up. Damn it, it's your newts. I've already done that card. Right. Where are we? Here we go. We're back. We're back. Sorry, it's because I pressed page up, because annoyingly that's my newts shortcut, so it doesn't really work very well when I'm using PDFs. Right, seize. Thanks. Disarm, target 1 adjacent enemy. Top tier. Gain 1 money token from the supply if you targeted an enemy with the disarm ability. Top tier. Look at this. Ooh. I thematically love this, but it's a bit weird on this character, is it not? I think this is probably one of the coolest abilities I've seen so far for this character. Like, thematically, it's cool. It's really strong. And you get rich. But it's not thematic to the character, or am I wrong in that? Like, it's thematic, just not to this character, right? Hey, Pumbaa. Welcome back, my friend. 10 months. Thank you so much for the resub, dude. The quest continues, my friend. I really appreciate the support of these 10 months, dude. You're very kind. Welcome back. Pickpocketing? Yeah, but read this, right? Take advantage of their ravenous nature, paying them not in coin, but in the thrill of the hunt and the feeding that will follow. You know what I mean? It kind of implies that this character does not care about money, really, or is not necessarily hugely. I know you need loot cards on characters. You need them to the game to function, but it feels a bit weird for them to like hold them to ransom for money, which is essentially what they're kind of doing, right? You're disarming an enemy, you're not attacking, you've like grabbed them, you're extorting them essentially, right? It's like you're extorting them for money. So I love the general idea of the card. I think it's brilliant, but I just don't know if this is the right kind of character, because it feels very much like this character's just like it's got bloodlust, and he would just kill them to take their money. Right? Why would they go through this and jump through this hoop, right? Feels like, no, we'll just kill them. Kind of losing the disarm, right? Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, it just feels weird to me. This could be an attack, in my opinion, and would be kind of interesting if it was something like attack, like if it was like attack 1 with rupture and then with the money token effect on it. Could be interesting. The thing is that you're going to play this for just this quite a lot. It is a do nothing turn, but it can be incredibly useful. You really dislike this card. It's really good crowd control, plus the extra money doesn't make sense. I feel like the extra money, like thematically to me, the card makes sense, just not for this character. Like, it just doesn't fit into the general feeling of the character. But it's, I like where their head's at in terms of card design. Because you take the attack off, right? Most of this kind of effect in Gloomhaven would have an attack as well, which makes it even stupidly stronger, because then you get to draw an attack modifier. Maybe you do like 3 or 4 damage and you disarm them, which then means on the next turn you can follow up and kill them because you've dropped their health down, right? So they skip a go, they've taken some damage, their health's come down. Next turn you try and kill them before they get to go again, essentially taking that character, that enemy, completely out of the fight. No chance whatsoever. Whereas this, you're not getting to do that attack, so you're actively choosing to not do damage to disarm, which is not always going to be the right decision, because you're gonna, if you're on a clock or something, you're basically just skipping a go. They're skipping a go, but you're skipping a go too. But you get a little bit of money in the process. So I like the idea of it. I just don't feel like it fits well with this idea of a, you know, kind of blood-hungry vermling running around the place, right? You like it? Are those not super on theme? Yeah. I like where their head's at. I quite like the card design. I just don't think this is the right character for it. Like, it just doesn't seem to fit with this character. Move 2, pull 1, range 2, poison, rupture self. Ooh, yikes. Rupturing yourself. I mean, I guess that's fine. I mean, it's the same as wound, and you probably have more control over it. How often do enemies make you move? quite rare. It's quite rare that enemies make you move. Rarer than you know, than wound, right? It's not likely that when you're ruptured, enemy's suddenly gonna like push you, and then another enemy's gonna push you, and then another enemy's gonna push you, and you're gonna take 3 points of rupture damage in a turn. That's really quite unlikely. Only against certain groups of enemies would that even be possible, and you could just not bring this card or just not do this effect. Interesting. Pulling something towards you and then poisoning it as well. It's weird that it's a pull 1, range 2, right? 1, 2, 1. Because then it's not next to you. Right? Kind of weird. Bam, bam. So, I don't know. This card is a bit weird to me. It just seems odd. Maybe there's a specific use case that I'm not seeing right now that actually this could be really good. I don't know. But it just seems like a bit of an odd series of effects for the character. Both the top and bottom just don't sit very well with all of the other cards that we've seen so far for this character. That's all. Like, to me. So you can't argue that this is not top tier though. Like, this is top tier effect. So a lot of people are going to play this card just because of this. And this is obviously a nice added bonus for that too, which is going to make it even easier to justify the fact of playing this. Avalani, thank you so much for the resub, dude. 14 months now. Thank you so much for all of the support. Welcome back, my friend. The quest continues. Great to have you here, buddy. Hope you're doing well. It pulls next to you. Am I just being dumb? 1, 2. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm being dumb. I am being dumb. It's fine. Right, strip the flesh. Another loot? It's the third loot card this character's had. I mean, one's been a burn, but okay. This is specifically to do with this perk, isn't it? So strip the flesh, loot 1, perform a heal oneself, empower if you looted 2 or more money tokens with this loot ability. I mean, I've been a long-term critic of the loot cards in Gloomhaven because they're boring. They don't do anything. They're like, oh, you can go here and loot. Give up your turn to loot. Or sometimes they put the loot on the bottom of the card, so it takes you 2 turns to loot, which is even more boring. I'm going to give up 2 turns to go and loot some tokens, right? And what they've done in Frosthaven is they seemingly have addressed this somewhat by giving the loot actions a little something extra to do with your character to make it just a little bit better. Just so it's an action that's kind of, maybe it's not worth a full action, like you would never do it as a full action, but to do it as part of a loot, which is progressing your character by getting money or whatever as well, it kind of just sweetens the deal to make it not such a boring action. And this is a good example of that in use, right? You get to perform a heal 1, which is going to be useful because we know we're going to wound ourselves. We know we're going to potentially rupture ourselves, which didn't know was going to be a thing, but yeah. So we know that we're going to make use of that. And we get the empower, which could be putting a nice a card into our deck that give us some extra damage later. So it's something to do. It's something mechanically to do with our character rather than just, I move here, I loot, give me all the money. Screw everybody else. I got all the money, right? So, and it's on the top, so you can move and do it in 1 turn. I like it. So this is, in my opinion, this is like the standard of loot cards, and this should be what the standard of loot cards look like going forward. Like, this should be what the vein that they are, in my opinion. So I very much approve of this card. 17 is good for a loot if you want to, well, maybe not good if you're trying to beat your friends, but not bad. On the next attack, add +4 attack and gain advantage. Ooh. Oh, someone want to go on the crazy double burn? Is that going to be a thing? Do this and then burn one of your big attacks? Oh. And you get advantage? Oh, I'm going to be tempted, chat. Oh, boy, am I going to be tempted. I mean, it's like, it's reckless. It's reckless. But it would be so good. We'd have to move though, right? Where are we? Still here, right? How many more of these level 1s have we got to do? Yeah, there's no move. Okay. I'll be able to do it in one turn. Reckless. What does Empower do? So Empower adds a couple of extra cards into your deck. And it's like Blessing, but it's got its own cards. And they are +1 damage, rolling push 1 cards for this character. So this character specifically has a few extra cards that are provided alongside your perk attack modifiers that are specifically Empower cards. Functions a lot like Bless. When you empower, you shuffle one of those cards in. And for this character, it is a +1 rolling damage with a push 1 effect. I like it. I think that this is pretty decent. I think I'd probably, if I had to play one loot card so far, it would be this one. I mean, well, it wouldn't be. It would be this one because I want to cheese the game and play with the powerful cards. But this is, if this card didn't exist, it would be this card. I think the bottom is nice as well because it's kind of like it's setting you up, right? So we haven't seen one that gives you extra attack damage yet, have we? Maybe we will see one in a minute. So Terrifying Howl, push 2, target all enemies within range 2. Muddle, target on it. Ooh, we found the stinker, chat. We found the stinker. We found it. What about changing this to loot 1? Gain some mechanical benefit, heal and power instead of gaining money on the loot. Do you mean... What? You mean with this? Take away the 2 or more money tokens, or... This, by the way, though, is the worst card that we've seen. Terrifying Howl, I like the idea of it. Like, I feel like that's cool. Like, this character is definitely like a werewolf kind of... It's like a werewolf vampire hybrid type character. You know, it's out for blood. It needs blood. So it's kind of like a vampire in that way. But it's... Looks like a werewolf. It's like a feral beast. You know? So Terrifying Howl thematically makes sense, and a card like Terrifying Howl would probably make enemies run away. So push, you know, they would probably move away, or you would confuse them or scare them, put fear into them, so then they would be, you know, bad at attacking. Thematically makes a lot of sense, but mechanically unplayable, unfortunately, in my opinion. Like, combos well with the big jump rupture card. Oh, it does actually. That's a good point. That's actually a really good point. I didn't think about that. That was like one of the first cards we saw, right? Yeah, so play this and then play that on 22 initiative. Is that worth it though? Because you've got one hell of a dead card afterwards. I mean, the rupture can be quite good. Maybe rupture's good enough. Maybe rupture makes this good. And that's... Because it is all enemies, but it's only range 2. It's quite a small amount of range. Yeah, it's like 1 damage. But if you could do 1 damage to, let's say, 3 or 4 enemies, that's pretty good. My concern is, though, is that this just becomes unplayable without that. Like, I generally like cards that are pretty good on their own. Not just... Like, if you're going to have a combo, have... one half of the card be dedicated to that combo and the other half to be playable, right, throughout the rest of the scenario, or usable. So, like, a good example of this is Flurry of Axes, right? Flurry of Axes is a big burn. You want to play it in a good spot. but it's got a move 5 on the bottom, something that you can always do, and it's got a relatively decent initiative. So it's a card that is suitable, and then when you can play it. Likewise, something like Forceful Storm is a card that I'm hard on with Cragheart. I use the bottom for basically comboing with Unstable Upheaval. It's like my end game plan. But you know, you've also got a good burn on the top for that card to use at a certain point when you need it as well. It just combo with other cards too once you get going. But yeah, initially that's what I want. So like the thing is that I feel like this card would be very, very weak if Rupture didn't exist, and we only have one card so far that could rupture everything, which would make this really good. And then in the future, maybe this would be so-so. I guess I'd have to hold judgment on this card until we would play with it and see how good Rupture really is and how much Rupture we get going consistently. Because if you could just do 1 point of damage here or there, but the argument would be, right, that this needs to be better than Attack 2, right? Any card needs to be better than Attack 2 if it's going to be taking your top action. Because otherwise I just run up to a guy and I attack him for 2. So if I'm not pushing at least 2 targets, yes, Rupture goes through shield. So there is some benefit to that. They're not going to dissuade that. But in theory, that's the way you kind of need to like look at it. Like, am I going to be able to do it? Is it going to be that good? So I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure. But I feel like the bottom is something to play if you don't need to move, but it's really a very marginal benefit. Rapture and or traps. Yeah, traps too. Of course, traps too. But I feel like we have other push in other places as well, so it's not like we've been looking for a way to use Rupture. We've seen other cards that can use it, so this would be, you know, a card that is dedicated to just that. This might make it more of a sideboardy type thing, or maybe we need to play it and figure it out if it's actually a super, you know, useful part of the combo. Berserk Barrage, attack 3, PS1 Rupture. And this is a burn. 3 hex AoE though, and it's a decent pattern. Not too hard to get that pattern together. You know, melee enemies will generally fall into that pattern all by themselves, so you don't really have to work very hard for that. The pierce one is nice. The rupture is obviously quite nice. It's probably a little, like, if you were to compare this to some of the Gloomhaven attacks, you'd say that this was on the weaker side. But again, we have to consider that this is like a hidden power that's not evident in this, because this unlocks so much for us. And as far as ones we've seen, I think this is pretty decent. I could see us using this. The bottom is moved to attack 2. Ooh. Okay, I think I would play this card if it was just bottom attack 2. This is a nice double attack option here anyway. Yeah, this is good. So this is pretty usable. I mean, I would use this just straight up. But this is a nice sweetener to maybe use a little bit. And this is a pretty good burn, I think, for unlocking your Sated. Yeah, I like this one, chat. What do you think? Could go late with this, then follow up early with push so they don't get to you and take 2 rupture damage. Yeah, it's a good idea. I think I think this has some really nice, pleasing combo potential, doesn't it? I think it works very nicely within the mechanics of the character. And the Pierce 1 is good because it kind of keeps the card relevant for a little bit longer, right? This doesn't fall off a cliff once you get to like level 2 or level 3 and you start seeing shield 1 on just like every enemy that you come across. It kind of keeps the card a bit more relevant for a little bit longer, which is nice. Yeah, good. I think this is a good role, very good role player, nice combo potential, fair, balanced. Yeah, good. But then no value of Sated. It depends on what card you're going to use to get the value of the Sated, right? You could push them away and then move to something else or attack something else. Depends on what kind of abilities you're going to use, right? You could do that, then you could attack them all, right? With your like you could then we probably don't want to use that. You'd probably use something like easy prey, and then you could just move away. Or you could heal yourself. Well, you'd probably want to move. Or to be honest, you just go again with the pierce if there's some guy with a load of... Even though it's doubling down on the rupture, at least you're going to get the pierce too. I think it's fine. Slake? Does that say slake? Slake first? Slake? Slark? Slake? Slake thirst. I don't understand what that word means. Never seen that word before. Attack 4. Have I already done this one? Don't tell me I've already done this card. Oh, we're on level 2 now. Sweet. This looked very similar to the other card. Attack 4. Perform heal oneself. Empower. If the attack ability targeted at least one enemy with rupture. Ooh, okay. This is cool. Plays really well into your whole combo. Like everything that you're trying to do. Thematic. Makes sense to what the character is. Immediately becomes useful. Like at level 2, you would snap this off because it's just immediately going to be basically helping what it is that you're doing, right? Be interesting to see what kind of builds this character does. Maybe you go for either a more rupture build or more of a like sated build. I don't know. Like I could see that being a nice sort of 2 different prongs of a build. One that focuses a little bit more on getting everything ruptured and pushing things away and manipulating movement. And then one that's a bit more like just in your face, dealing damage, burning through cards and stuff. But yeah, I mean, for either of the 2 builds, you're probably going to have rupture somewhere in your cards, right? Slake. Quench or satisfy one's first. Slake. Interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, really, really like this. I think this is a home run. I really like the theme of this. I think it's a great attack anyway. You take an attack 4, and then getting some extra bonus for our own mechanics is always really nice. So, yeah, really like it. 26, decent initiative too. After each of your next 4 heal abilities before move 3. Interesting. That's a hard one to evaluate. That's really hard to evaluate. You got some decent heals. You got a lot of decent heal stuff, but it's really hard to evaluate the usefulness of that. The turn you burn it, it becomes... You get the... Satan. So... That's kind of weird, huh? No, sorry, it's when it gets moved off, right? So it won't be that turn necessarily. You saw a build that's berserk, and the person was also simultaneously showing a more tanky heal and power build. Or the first time it triggers. Yeah, the first time it triggers. So the next time you play a heal ability, it would happen. Yeah, I don't really know how to evaluate this, because there are going to be times when that's going to be super useful for you. But there's also going to be times when you're going to trigger this and you don't want to move. So that makes it quite hard to evaluate. In general, I would say it's probably fairly weak and probably not one I would be looking to play. The top is very strong and useful and thematic and works well with the build. So I don't really see why you would want to burn the bottom anyway. So that's fine. I just don't feel like the bottom is particularly good because it's just a little bit awkward and hard to evaluate of when you're going to need the moves or if you want the moves, you know. It would allow you to maybe move on to into the next enemy, I guess. But yeah, sometimes you're not going to want to move, and this is just going to go and you'll waste a charge. And I don't think like getting 2 useful charges out of it is enough to warrant it at all. Not really. In fact, pretty bad value. Right, the other level 2 is Fatal Frenzy. Haven't we seen it? I think we've seen a card called that before, huh? Fatal Frenzy. Final Fury. Fatal. Feels like a Berserker card. Attack 3. Ah, here we go. So this was one that I was kind of looking for. Attack 3. Sated have an additional attack 3. So it's double attack. This is a nice card. This is like the one that rounds that build. Like, you need a card like this for that build. Because at the moment, it feels like we don't do anything super, super broken. But this is starting to get into like, oh, okay. Getting a double attack on the top here. This is tasty. Really, really tasty. I like it a lot. So if you roll a heal 1, you have to move. What, for this previous card? Yes. Oh, does it say action? Oh, it says heal abilities. Actually, it says heal abilities. So no, you're right. It's not rolling. It wouldn't happen. It's heal abilities specifically. Oh no, the roller is a heal 1 ability. Is it a perform heal 1? Okay. Well, if the healer, if rolling one of the rolling 1 heals is perform a heal 1 action or ability, then yes, I guess it is. Guess you're getting down into the minutiae a little bit there of the rules, but yes, if that is the case. But either way, I still feel like it's bad, even if you completely control it. I still think it's pretty bad, because there's going to be instances when I don't want to move and I will be healing, especially with that build, which that build seems to be the empower heal build, you know. Yeah, let's talk about the cards, not rules. I agree with that, I think. But yeah, I think it's a fair point to bring it up, though. It's a fair, like, minor interaction that could be detrimental or beneficial, depending on the way you want to see it. So I really like the top of Fatal Frenzy. I think this is really like, this is the card that you've been looking for, if you like, because I don't feel like we had a really amazing kind of satiated ability on the top. You know, we had some good burns, but we didn't have the actual one to follow it up on the following turn. We had the wound and the rupture one, right? But it doesn't feel like we needed something else, and this, I think, is it. This is what you've been looking for. So yeah, this would be a card that I think a lot of people you'd immediately snap this up if this is the kind of build you want to go for. 40 initiative, yeah, not good. It's somewhere in awkward no man's land of initiatives. On your next 6 melee attacks, add rupture and push 2. Ooh. That's kind of interesting. So you add the rupture first, so you will immediately get the rupture damage. I like this, chat. I think this is pretty good. I think this is very good. That's 2 true damage on the bottom 6 times, maybe more. No, it's not. You don't get 1 point per push. You only get it. You get rupture damage once per movement, regardless of how much it is. So it's technically only 6 as it stands. So it's technically only 6 as it stands. However, of course, the idea of rupture is to then start to abuse it over the next few turns. So it's also just about the upside, right? There's a lot of upside to this. Oh, you push it, then move it back. Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, if it's a ranged character, that's not going to happen. But yeah, if it's a melee, yeah, I can see that. Yeah. So I like this. There's a lot of potential. This is much stronger, by the way, than this. This is like awkward. This is actually like aggressive and pretty cool. The problem is you got a really, really good top here. So good. You're going to have to give that up for this. But then in certain scenarios, this would be MVP. If you're against living spirits or something, you just rupture all of them. Flame demons. But then maybe they don't move that much because of their movements and stuff. Ranged. I don't know. This is a difficult decision at level 2, chat. Immediately off the bat. What one do you go with? I think I like this one for like a build around me type card. Like it feels very much like, you know, we're targeting an enemy with Rupture. We're getting Empower, which gives us a push. So we're getting more push. We're getting more value out of Rupture. This is really adding to that. This is just all out damage. Just, we want to kill stuff. We want to kill it quick. And then you have this, which is actually, to be honest, actually be a really good card for this build. Like, maybe. I don't know. It's interesting. I think, you know, with Empower and Rupture go together really nicely, because Empower is putting the push cards in. Whereas, so this is kind of like not along that vein. It's interesting. That's difficult. To be honest, I don't really know. I could go either way with this. I'm leaning more towards this because I would play like on increased difficulty and things. I generally tend to look for cards that are non-burns that give me good incremental value over the course of a scenario. And the fact that this card does quite a lot and I don't really have to work very hard for it to do a lot makes it very attractive to me as a higher difficulty player. However, this is very powerful, so, and could kill things very quick. But at a certain point, you're not going to want to do this, or you won't be able to do this, and then it becomes just an attack 3, right? I don't know. It's risky. I think I would probably end up going with this, just because I feel like this is something that I can play around and I can control, play to my kind of sensibilities as like a increased difficulty player. But this would be a lot of fun, just wailing on things. And this is actually the stronger of the two bottoms as well, so worth considering. The pushes stack? They absolutely do. Yes. So if you were to do an attack, if you were to do a push 2 and then you were to draw a rolling push 1, you would now be doing push 3. So Savage Stalker, attack 5, add +3 attack if the target is undamaged. Ooh. Hey, we got ourselves a what is it? Fresh kill. Some more Doomstalker vibes coming out. But it's better, much better, but it is a burn. But that's to be expected, right? Perform Invisible Self if the attack ability killed at least one enemy. Oh my... Imagine this with a scythe, chat. Imagine this with a scythe or a long spear. That's ridiculous. If you can target 2 things with this, do 16. Even if you don't kill anything, if you just like, okay, I'm going to open the door, I'm going to run in, and I'm just going to do this. Or if you do this on the first turn of the game, just, right, you enter the dungeon.
Nice. Nice.
Very nice. I'm just going to go up and I'm just going to hit 2 things for 8. I'm going to do 16 damage on the first turn. Probably kill. Like, there's a good chance that you'll kill. If you can draw, like... Well, I guess it's difficult on the higher level you get. Yeah, this is interesting because this is countered to this, right? There's not many enemies that you can kill with 8 outright. You know? Just like, you're dead. When they're undamaged. So maybe this invisible thing never really comes into play. I don't know. But do we care? I don't think we care. I think I have to take it anyway. You know? Yeah, the thing is the invisible and the undamaged bonus. Yeah, exactly. They're very anti-synergistic. You're right. Because you're just not... The chances of you killing something with, I guess, let's say like 8 to 10 health. Like you need some kind of pierce maybe. Which you're not going to get with a melee attack as well. But I don't know if you care about the invisible. I mean, invisible would be nice, but really, do I care? Like, I'm attacking 2 things for 8. If I burn a card to do 16 damage, I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's pretty good value. Plus, it unlocks this character, like, for the next couple of turns, right? You know, well, for the next turn. For the rest of this turn and the rest of next. You get unlocked and you can do a load of other cool stuff. So, this is really good. Really, really good. What a door opening card this is. You just bust down a door, do this. That gets you ahead quick. And 20 initiative too, so you can reliably do this pretty early. I like it a lot. I think this is really good. Bottom good, reusable for the loss. Move 4, attack 2, pierce. Oh, you're right. Yeah, so this bottom effect is actually really good too. Oh. Oh, man. And to be honest, even as a non sated ability, move 4 on its own on 20 initiative is very, very playable. Like, that's really playable. So now to have an additional bonus on it to be able to do an attack 2 with Pierce 1, which that Pierce 1 may seem a little bit, you know, weak, but just beginning to ignore a bandit shield or something like that to actually be able to get through. If you draw a -1, it still does something, right? That kind of thing. This is one hell of a card. I really, really like this card. This plays a lot to my sensibilities. I love the risky factor of this. I love door breaking down style cards. I like big splashy cards. That's what this does. I'm going to be, you know, welcome to the game. I'm doing a load of damage. I'm progressing my game plan. I'm getting things going. I'm going to just go at it. And I really like those types of things. But this is also just really good. Because it's an extra attack. And you get to move as well. So you don't even have to worry about being, you know, giving up the move part of that. Oof. Hard card to beat. Hard card to beat there, chat. Attack 4, push 2. Perform push 1, targeting all enemies adjacent to each target of the attack ability. All enemies targeted by this action suffer 2 damage. Ooh. So we attack something for 4. We push it away for 2. Then we do a perform push 1, targeting all enemies that are adjacent to each target of the attack ability. I love the way that they phrased this card with the intention that everyone's using long spear with every one of the cards, or like battle axe or scythe. It's like being very careful with their wording to make sure that it says all enemies adjacent to each target, right? So again, this character really, really wants a weapon, guys. Really, really wants a weapon. I feel like this is like a mini blind destruction in a way, right? This is like massive boulder, but it's melee. Melee massive boulder. Is this Vermling fan of bowling? It feels like it is. This is good as well. Ooh. Attack 4, push 2, perform push 1. Targeting all enemies. Okay, so I guess the weird part of this, and actually this is actually an important thing I think to talk about with this character, is this character would really, really benefit from the Frosthaven push and pull rules. I don't know if that's what they're enforcing in Crimson Scales. I would assume so, because they are probably going to be taking the most current accepted rule set. Maybe not. I mean, obviously the game has been kind of created at this point in time, and I'm sure that the rules were probably mostly created, or mostly say reference Gloomhaven for the basic rules of the game. I don't know. But if we were able to use the Frosthaven rules, which is that push and pull are up to the amount rather than you have to push that amount if possible. Because obviously a card like this, you know, pushing them for 2, they might end up going a bit further away from where you want them. Like, you're like, no, I want them to stop right there, right? I want them to stop right there because that's going to be the maximum effect. Whereas this would maybe mean, oh no, you have to push them 1 hex further, which actually takes them away from maybe an extra figure or something. So I feel like this would be quite hard to position using the old rules, and it's still not really, really easy to do with the new rules either. It's still going to be a little bit awkward, maybe. So I love the theme of it. I think it's a really cool card. But Is it going to be reliable? But then could we just leave it in our hand? So let's look at the bottom, because maybe we can just leave this in our hand until like that situation arises and we can go, right, now's the time. Let's do it, right? Everything's lined up. So 86 initiative is good for going late. Move 2, rupture, target 2 in front of you. That's nice. Add push 1 to all your attacks this round as the Sated ability. Interesting. Got some synergy with rupture there. So if let's say, say we played this as the bottom, we would go move 2, rupture 2 enemies. Then potentially we would be looking to combo this with the previous level 2 card, right? So we would go Fatal Frenzy. So we are going to attack 2 things for 3. We're going to push them both for 1 to get 2 charges of rupture damage. So essentially, that's like extra damage for free. It's not bad, chat. This is not bad. Specifically when played with this card. So if you were to go for like the level 2, level 3 combo here, these 2 cards play really well together. Really, really well together. Some free rupture too. Hey, Physics, Crimson Scales characters. Is this part of the new DLC they're making? No, Crimson Scales is a fan-made spin-off from Gloomhaven with all new characters, all new story. It's basically like a big box into itself. It's got the same kind of scope. So it's currently available on Tabletop Simulator if you wanted to try it out there. But it's not part of the digital product. It's kind of like a fan-made sort of box with the blessings of the Gloomhaven designer Isaac. Like Isaac's like, yeah, you guys do your thing, you know. He hasn't been involved in the designing of it, but he kind of gave his blessings for them to kind of make it. And it's a freely available thing because there's no money to be made off of it. Although if you want to get the physical printed copy, you have to pay for it, but it's cost. I think this is, if you were going down this route, I don't think there's many better cards that I've seen so far to pair with the top of this card, right? Interesting. I feel like this is probably the card. This really plays to my big damage sensibilities. And this is quite nice too. Oh, it's another, so far, tough choices, chat. I don't know which way I would go with this. I feel like if I'd gone with this one, then I would absolutely go with this. But if I had went with the heal 1 and power, but then this works really well with this too because of the rupture, right? The rupture combo. Maybe you just need to go all in on rupture, chat. How good is rupture? I don't know. Could be that rupture is the thing that we need. Ravenous Roar, rupture and push 1. That's a really nice pattern. Get a lot of things there. Yeah, they probably get about 3 things with that. Add wound and gain 1 XP. Rupture and wound. And you're pushing them away. So they're going to take 1 damage with the rupture. Potentially they're going to take 1 damage with the wound that turn too. So that's 2 damage. Plus maybe then they need to move towards you. That's 3 damage. Actually, this is pretty decent. And you got that wound that's just going to stay there for a while. I think this would almost require this to be good. And this really puts it over the top. I think this is like decent, but this really puts it over the top, right? Yeah, 4 damage quite often. Yeah. It's a slow drain. And it's actually, I would say it's a slow drain. It can happen before the enemy even gets a chance to attack you. Because if you push them away, that's 1. Then they're going to take their turn, take a point of wound damage, 2. Then they're going to need to move towards you, take a point of rupture damage, 3. So realistically, if this was a bunch of melee enemies that you use this against, they're going to be taking 3 damage before they can really do anything to respond to what it is that you've done. And that's a lot of damage. a good way to finish off some enemies. Like if you've got some of your allies are doing like AoE damage, you know, quite good at just kind of chipping a lot of enemies down. This is a great way to just kind of finish off those low health enemies that are just hanging around. Not very good at targeting one enemy individually. So in certain scenarios, like for example, if you're playing like 2-player, things like this generally go down in value when you're playing at 2-player because there's less enemies on the board. So the potential for this kind of stuff goes down. Whereas if you're playing 4-player, obviously this is going to happen quite a lot and potentially could be very strong. So that would probably be a consideration. If you're playing 4-player, really, really love it. I think it's really strong. Playing 2-player, less so. You might want to think more about doing damage to like single figures more than this kind of thing. Loot 1, move 3. Another loot action too. Character's got so many loot actions, man. Crazy. It's all right. It's okay. It's nice that it actually... Well, no, it's not nice, is it? Because it's loot 1, then move away. I guess that makes it slightly awkward, but might be usable. Just a little bit of weird ordering. But at least it allows you to loot maybe you killed something last round. So there's some loot tokens next to you. It allows you to loot your foes from the previous rounds, move them to the next enemy, and get your attacks going with the top of your other card. Lion Weight, heal 3 self, empower, add +1 heal and empower if you're adjacent to an obstacle. This is like the second card we've seen this adjacent to an obstacle thing coming in. I don't really, I don't know. Is this just like, is this just like a meme because Vermilings like to, hide in tight places? I don't know. It's like an ambush, I guess. You're lying in wait, kind of hiding behind an obstacle, ready to pounce, maybe. This is one of those kind of actions that I don't generally like. Like I don't like heals on the top when you're playing a damage dealing character, because you're giving up a turn of doing damage to heal yourself. Now, yes, you can use these kinds of cards once you've cleared a room, moving towards the next door. You use this. It's a nice refresh. You get some healing going and potentially get ready for the next room. But I never really like to play cards on the basis that, oh yeah, I can play this between rooms. I generally need every card to help me while I'm in action. And I don't feel like the top of this card helps me while I'm in combat, while I'm fighting. Because, you have to short rest a lot because sometimes you don't kill enemies quick enough. You got to short rest. Gloomhaven, I'd much rather have offensive abilities ready to go than have defensive abilities ready to go, right? So it's an active decision that you have to make. So although, yes, there are really good situations to play the top of this, I think I'd rather have something offensive as my top action. But, well, 15 initiative here. Oh, and we got some invisible, so maybe that'll carry it. Invisible self. The next time an enemy ends its turn adjacent to you this round, you may remove invisible as perform attack 2. Interesting. That's kind of interesting, right? That stops you from doing door shenanigans. But we have a few bottom attacks for this character to compensate. Yes, that's true. But then, what if the enemy is... what if we're not next to the enemy, right? You still got to... the game... Gloomhaven is always going to be a game based around movement and attacking. It's always... That's like... Everything gets boiled down to movement and attacking, right? In a base way. And yeah, although we do have a few attacks on the bottom, if we're not in the right place at the right time, then we're going to need to play that for a move or this for a move to do the attack or whatever, you know what I mean? But then saying that, 15 initiative is a great initiative regardless. So this card could have a place as just a move 2 in certain situations when needed on that low initiative to allow us to kill something quickly, which I don't mind. But it's just not a very exciting pick, right? Level 4, you're picking level up cards. I don't want to be picking cards with the consideration that, oh yeah, I'm going to use this as a move 2, potentially, down the line. This is interesting, though. Is this powerful enough? I mean, Invisible's so powerful. Yeah, may remove. It's optional. Yeah, so you can block doors. And obviously this probably wouldn't trigger. I mean, you might get a ranged enemy, I suppose, that might come up to you on a door. It's possible. Or a flying enemy. The thing is, though, is it says the next time an enemy ends its turn, which is a little bit awkward because let's say you're against a group of archers, whatever, right? And archer number 1 goes. And archer number 1 comes up to you and ends its turn next to you. This would then trigger, saying the next time an enemy ends its turn, we could do it. Let's say we want to do this attack 2. So we remove the invisible and we attack 2. Then every other archer in that group would then see us and begin to attack us. So how regularly will we actually opt to remove the invisible to the attack 2? I don't know. I feel like this is like, oh, it's situationally maybe once in a blue moon, but like, is it actually like, does this make this incredible? I don't think so. I think it's very, it's interesting, but it says the next time. It doesn't say when an enemy, it doesn't say like for the rest of this round, when an enemy ends its turn, you may. It's specifically the next time. So it will only trigger once, and it'll only trigger on the first time that happens. And so when that happens, you're going to be put into a weird position. Like, do I do it now or not? Right? And I think a lot of the time people are going to go, nah, I'm going to get hit by these other enemies. So no, I'm not going to do it. I feel like that's what's going to happen. Thematically, I like the idea of it. I think it makes it a little bit more interesting, like this kind of attack from the dark sort of thing. It works very well with the naming of the card, and I think in general, I think this card's quite thematic for what it's trying to achieve. But it's mechanically, I don't know how often this is really going to come into play. And like I said, I don't love this kind of thing as a top. If this was a bottom action, I think we might be having a different conversation. 50 initiative's hard to pass up though, but I don't want to be taking a card just because of these. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing here that's really grabbing me. Is this the other level 5? No, that was the 2 level 4s, right? Well, I think it's fair to say that this is the best level 4. I think it's pretty clear. I think that this is just great, right? Great for both builds. I think that's an easy pick for me. Ravenous Roar it is. Voracious Hunter. The next 3 times you kill an enemy, perform move 3 and then attack 3. And then attack... What? Why is there attack 3 written on the back here? And then it's just got an attack 3 on it as well? The turn you play it? So it's got this active ability and it has just a random attack 3 on it as well? Is that right, chat? Yeah, you immediately do an attack. So the idea here is that you want to do this when you know you're going to kill something, because then you can go attack this, hopefully kill something, immediately get this to trigger, which immediately puts you into sated. Then you can go on and kill something. Then potentially maybe you have another bottom sated action. Ooh. This has got combo written all over it, right? Yeah. This has got combo written all over it, because you could unlock this immediately. Interesting. It's the card that you want to play when an enemy's low, not quite dead. Get all of the enemies kind of low, and then just, like you said, go on a rampage. Pelican. Definitely a rampage card. I like it. This feels really like nice, like a nice combo piece. It's gonna play really well with any bottom attacks that we have too. Like this. Keep going. Just keep going. Hopefully just finish a room off. I guess my only concern with that is that when you're doing lots of low value attacks to kill things, have you already kind of won the scenario, you know? There's a little bit of a... This has a bit of a winning more feeling to it. If you know what I mean. Like if you've already got most of the enemies down quite low, is it really good card efficiency to then burn a card to try and kill all of them? I don't know. The good thing though is that this stays out, you know, so to get 3 free move 3 attack 3 actions, I think is pretty strong. Like just generally, like during the game you are going to get 3, as long as you kill something, right? You need to kill 3 things, but hopefully you can do that. You're going to get 3 free move 3 attack 3 actions, which is strong. Even if you don't manage to go off that turn, that's still good. Kill in a single turn, maybe. Yeah. But it's good because even if you miss and it kind of just falls apart, it at least stays there and you've got something to do later. So I like this. I think this is pretty cool. It's nice that you can do the attack with it as well, because I think I would really dislike this if this wasn't here. This makes this card, in my opinion, because then it feels like a real jump start and you can get going straight away. Maybe I like that a lot. I think that's really cool. Move 4, heal 1 self, empower, add +2 heal and empower, and gain 1. I mean, it's another move 4, chat, with a heal 1, empower on it. Removes wound. We know we're going to wound ourselves a fair bit because of that level 1 card. Potentially rupture ourselves. Gets rid of that. So, like, it's decent because it's moving for 4. It's empowering, so it's giving you a little bit of added bonus as well to make your attacks better later on down the road. I don't feel like this is particularly great, but I would play this card as just a move 4, heal 1 with empower. I would play that, right? Yeah, I think that is quite good bottom too, Pelican, for sure. You kind of think it'll be more fun if it ends till end of round and has more upside? Oh, this. You mean like make this an end of round effect, but maybe make the values a bit bigger? Lots of movement on this character. Yeah, I don't feel like we're going to struggle for movement, are we? I think we're doing pretty well. I feel like wing shoes are probably going to be a staple to begin with, I think. Yeah, this is a really good card. Really good. This as well kind of plays well into this, right? Because if you can get a lot of empower going, then you're going to be incentivized to do lots of attacks. Because what you want to kind of do is you want to move around, you want to rupture a lot of things, you want to get your empower going, get that deck really nice and stacked up with some good cards, and then just go for it, right? Then at some point, you want to like turn it on and go, right, now we're going to switch to the top of this, and I'm just going to go crazy and get all of that value that you've been kind of seeding around, you know, the scenario way. Now you're going to be pushing enemies. They're going to be taking rupture damage. You're going to be doing extra +1s with the empowers as well. Like it feels like you want to kind of set the scene for a little while, move around, get things going, get people ruptured, start sort of, yeah, getting everything out there. And then you just want to like flick the switch. Be like, we're going in, right? Really like it. Hey, Pashu. Yeah, this is actually Crimson Scales, so it's a fan-made expansion. This is called the Ruinmaw, and the mechanics are to do with empower is kind of like bless, but you have your own empower deck that you can add cards to. So like basically just better attack modifiers that you can put in, but they're not as good as bless. These ones are plus. This character has +1 attack, rolling, and it's a +1 as well. So it's a +1 and +1 attack, rolling. So quite good. And rupture for this character is basically like wounds, but if the enemy moves, they take damage. Right. I really like this card, chat. I'm really warming to this card. I think this actually makes me feel. I love the way that this actually really plays into this. I could take or leave this, to be honest. Well, this, bleh, whatever. I would do this all day. Rend and Mutilate. Attack 8. Whoa, okay. Hello. So sated, we would have to deduct -4 attack, but we add wound instead, and it's discarded instead of lost. So that would mean that it wouldn't trigger sated, right? Right, chat? Oh, it is reusable. It is actually a non-loss sated, because obviously the way that it's worded on the character mat is a bit... Like, do you know what I mean? I would read it that way too, but I just wanted to double check. Like, it's a little bit like... This kind of implies that it's lost cards all the time, right? Which it kind of is. Has been up to this point, right? Okay, well then, this is absolutely slam dunk the best card. We don't even need to talk about the other card, right? We don't even need to talk about the other card. What? Is there another level 5? There is. We don't want to know about it. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you have to be sated already to do it. So it extends you for a round. But I can't think of any better card to stamina potion, probably with any character ever, apart from maybe like Inferno, I don't know. But you know, like, just keep that train coming, baby, right? Yeah, you should stamina potion this to benefit from its own sated and do a chain. Absolutely. You just keep the sated train coming. Absolutely. Feels very strong. But the good thing is, though, is that you have to be sated to do it. So in terms of power level, it appears broken on the surface. But if you ever break that chain, you're going to have to burn a card to be able to do it. But are you ever going to want to play anything other than this on your next turn? Like, are you ever going to want to play anything other than this as your top or as your next action? And bear in mind that all it is an attack 4 with wound, right? All it is attack 4 with wound. Well, we had attack 3 with wound at level 1. So, yes, it adds an extra chain, but you kind of give up an action in a weird way. Like, you kind of do like an okay action. Like, it's not bad. Attack 4 wound is still good. Don't get me wrong. I'd still play that all the time. But it's like, it's interesting because it means that you're not going to play another top action that may be quite good, right? Then I guess you kind of delay it to the next round, maybe. Like, I can see a world where you actually don't want to play this all the time. But also, you kind of do. It's interesting. I really like the dynamic of this card. Yeah, it's a really interesting because it feels immediately broken, but then actually, it's quite fair. Yeah, this is still good though. It's still really good. Yeah, but it feels like it immediately was. I was like, oh my god, this feels broken. But actually, it's actually quite fair. Because you're doing like an above average attack with that -4 in wound, like above average, and you could argue at level 5, maybe even slightly below average or kind of like on that line, right? It's not a like level 5. If this card just said attack 4 with wound, would you take it? Probably not. You know. But what it allows you to do is maybe play another bottom sated, right? You kind of play this, and then you get another bottom sated out of it. And we have some good bottom sated actions, so, you know, that's... I like it a lot. I really like the dynamic of this card. It reminds me a lot of Frosthaven design, because Frosthaven design, I think, is subtly doing this quite well. Where if you look at some of the cards, you're like, oh my god, that is so broken. Like, you just read it, and you're like, that's crazy. Especially some of the Blink Blade stuff. Like, I'm looking at it, I'm going, like, surely this is just broken. But then when you actually, like, you know, properly dig into it a bit more, like into the surface level of it, it's actually reasonably fair, but it gives you, the player, a lot of power. Like, it feels really good to play it, but it doesn't necessarily like have that gameplay impact. Maybe. You know? You think its mitigation still uses a non-burn until you want to burn it? True. Yeah, you probably would end up burning it as an attack 8 at some point. Okay, so the bottom is move 2, add +1 attack and gain advantage on your next attack this round. Or add +2 attack to your next attack this round and gain 1? What? All right. This card's broken. I changed my mind. It says your next attack, though, not your next attack action. So it will only trigger against one thing. They combine? Yeah, they really do. This is a really good card. This is like the kind of card that if you're playing this character, this is the one that's like, it steps you up a level, you know? It feels like your character like really did level up. Like you're getting better at your mechanic. This gets getting you better at your mechanic straight away. It's like when you get rock slide on the crack cart. It's like a whole new world opens to you, you know? It's like, oh, now suddenly we can do this, you know? +3 attack advantage and XP for your next attack. Yeah, this is really good. So this is add +3. Interesting. Yeah, it must be because it's not actually templated correctly. I don't think. Well, maybe it is templated correctly, but hang on a minute. You guys need to stop newting so I don't have to press page up. Because usually what this would say was add +2 attack instead, but it doesn't. It just says add +2. So these stack. Move 2, +3 attack and advantage. Yeah, this is like really good. Yeah, +3. Yeah, usually this would say add +2 attack instead. The instead word is not here. Usually is on effects like this. Wow. Super powerful. I don't know if anything could beat that, really. Oh, that was the other level 5, right? Oh my god. This character's got so many tough choices. I mean, it's got to be this, hasn't it? But I don't know. If you're playing the Empower build, you go here? This is so good, though. Oh, this is tough. I think you're gonna end up getting this most of the time. But honestly, this card is actually great. So maybe we come back for the other level 5. We haven't had a stinker yet. They've all been good. Pouncing Predator, attack 4, push 3. Add +2 attack and gain 1 XP if the target's current hit point value is less than its maximum. So if it's taken basically any damage. I like that. That's like a flip to the other one, right? Maybe we could follow up. So we do the big attack 8, wherever it was. Right? Go for it. Then next turn we follow it up with that one. Initiative 11 as well. Yeah, oh wow. Push 3. Get that free trigger of rupture as well. Yeah, this is a really good card too. And it combos so well with the other one, right? Oh my god. Look at that's disgusting. Move 2, add 3 and advantage. Attack for 9. Potentially attack for 9 with advantage, push 3. I mean, scoundrel players, what have you been doing with your lives? Okay, this is possibly a bit too much. I think this is verging on too much. I don't know. I mean, you can only do it so many times, but I mean, that is attacking for 9 With advantage?
No, that's a lot
That
of
is,
damage.
that's a lot of damage. And the thing is as well, is because it gives you advantage, you don't even need to waste your head slot on like eagle eye goggles or enhancing any kind of like you don't even need to worry about that. It's got the built-in strengthen. You don't need it. It's on that attack. You don't need to worry about it. You're not missing. I think that's pretty nuts. I think that's pretty nuts. That's verging on maybe a bit too good. I mean, we are getting towards the high levels here though, so you know this is where we start to get to kind of crazy territory. So I'm not gonna say, oh, it's too good when it's like a level 9 card, right? Because you know the high level cards should be powerful and fun to play with, but it's I'm just getting like flashbacks of like you know a better Mind Thief here, just running around killing things ridiculously quickly. You like this character? Or my overall thoughts so far? Well, this is the kind of character that really plays to my sensibilities. Like, my favorite characters are the Berserker, well, Crackheart, Berserker. Music Note is my top 3. So, this feels like it's got that kind of Berserker feel to it. It's got that kind of pure damage Crackheart-y feel to it. You've got a lot of versatility in your cards and what you can do, like, you know, pushing. I've always liked push as a mechanic, and so I think, you know, using it is always a lot of fun. I really like it. I think this is really well done. Like, it feels really good, and everything feels, this is the first time I'm actually feeling like maybe this is too much, but everything up to this point I feel like has been like, you know, well costed and balanced for what it does. This is the first time that I'm thinking, ooh, maybe like this is going a little bit too far. But it is a level 6 card. I think if their goal is to incentivize playing losses, yeah, it's doing it. True. I mean, if you wanted to play this consistently, right? It's actually pretty hard. That's the thing. To play this over and over and over again is hard. It's not easy. But you can play this maybe once per room, maybe twice if you were to, you know, get a stamina potion or some way to get it back. So maybe you play it like once per room. And as it's single target, does that make it okay? Then the only problem is, well, the wording on this is actually very important. The way it says next attack means that it's going to be the next thing that you draw an attack modifier against, right? Like your target. So this does limit the brokenness, because you can't suddenly go, long spear, and do this, right? And get all of this. It's only going to be on like that one thing, right? At least that's why I'm pretty sure why the wording is this. So it's not as broken. It's very limited to you only being able to hit one thing for a boatload. Yeah, what I mean, comrade, is you would need to get satiated again. What I'm saying is, like, there may be, for example, like, you could, in theory, you could burn another card, right, to get satiated again. It's maybe unlikely that you do that. I don't know. I mean, maybe the tempo of the character is not to do that, but, you know, it's completely possible for you to just go crazy and just start burning cards like every other turn to try and start doing it, right? If you're going against the boss, I actually feel like that's pretty reasonable strategy. Just start burning cards and just start going for like straight up damage on the guy, you know? You can loot the 5th loot token, that too, with that perk. And that thing has to be damaged a little, true. And you have to have the little bit of damage on the character too. So it's not like it's not a good door opener. Not a good door opener. You'd have to maybe go late and hope that your allies go in. So actually the 11 initiative it's good in, you know, for when you're in combat, but it's maybe not so good as a door opening ability because, well, what you gonna do? Everything's gonna be at max health, right? I guess you could somehow, maybe there's some funny play you can do with wound or something, or rupture? No, I don't think so, because you need to like pull them towards you, wouldn't you? Oh, you could do the pull card, right? You could do that weird card. I was like, why would you ever play this? That works really well with this card. It was an X card, and it was this one. Oh no, that's rupture self. Ignore me. Damn it. Thought it would be cool. All right, I was wrong. Anyway, still really good. Still really good. Move 6, jump. One adjacent enemy gains wound, rupture, and suffers 3 damage. I think that's actually very poor for this level. I don't think this is good. You've already got a card that does move 5, jump, ruptures everything, right? That you go through. So this is, I guess, slightly better at dealing with one enemy in particular. So maybe at like 2 player, something like this would be a bit better. But I think if you're playing 3 or 4, it's pretty bad value. But it doesn't matter because you got this. And this is probably what you want to be using. And then maybe in some scenarios where it's like go get the treasure chest or something, or get out, a card like this would actually still be useful. So, yeah. Crazy, crazy card. Crazy good. Corrosive Spew, attack 3, pierce 1, add +2 pierce poison, and gain 1 XP. I dislike this. Yeah, I dislike this. So, my question about this is why not just make it +2 attack? Right? By adding the +2 pierce instead of +2 attack here, you're making it specifically good against certain enemies. Fine. But the problem is that you're not always going to be facing those enemies. If you made this add +2 attack, it's still as good against those shielded enemies as the PS2, but it's also now good against everything else. If your intent is to make a card that is specifically good at fixing a problem, which is that there's these enemies with shield, I don't feel like you should be gating it behind a high level card when you've got like a difficult decision between 1 or 2 cards, especially when you get up to the high levels. It's unlikely that level 7, 8, or 9 that I am going to be going back for previous cards. It's very unlikely, right? You're kind of getting to that point now where every card is just ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. So you just take the most ridiculous card. So I don't like this. I feel like it could be +2 attack, and I think that would be good, and we would be talking about it now. But unfortunately, the +2 pierce is just not good. Give it 1 more attack by default and swap 1 pierce for attack. Yeah, maybe make an attack 4 and add +1 attack or +1 pierce. I don't know how you would balance that. I get why they don't want to make it too bad, but let's face it, there are loads of this kind of pattern attack 3s at level 1s with most characters. And adding pierce and poison to it is not worth it, in my opinion. You got so many better things now to do with this too. Because you now need to start playing these cards off each other. Initially, it was just, let's find good cards that use this. But now we have to be thinking, okay, we're going to get a set order in our minds. And I don't know what that is yet because I haven't played the character. But it does feel like there's going to be a very much a... We play this card for that when we're sated. We play this for that to get sated. We play this. We play, there's going to be a set order of things. And this is going to have heavy, heavy competition against cards like this, cards like this. It's really... Is it going to be able to cut through that? I don't know. And I don't think it's strong enough to do that at the moment. So 50 initiative 2 is my most hated initiative in the game, so we'll talk about that. Whenever you would shuffle a empowered card into your attack modifier deck, place it on top instead. The next 4 times you kill an enemy, immediately perform a heal to self-empower ability. Interesting. So this is a permanent effect, but also has a... No, it's not a permanent effect. What? I almost feel like this would be cool if it was just this. And then it had, and then it just had full stop. Empower, empower. I don't know. Bottom is more interesting. Yeah, I think this is a really interesting effect. But I really wish it didn't go away. I would love it if this was a permanent effect. Like, whenever we empower, we always get to put it on the top. How cool would that be? Like, forever. For the rest of the scenario. You have an ability now that says whenever you empower, it goes on the top. I mean, that would be cool, right? Incentivizing not killing too many things? Yeah, it does a little bit. Maybe that's the kind of way of nerfing the effect a little bit, like so that you get it, but eventually it'll probably go away. Maybe not. Maybe you never kill enough enemies. I don't know. Maybe you can just not kill enemies. But you're probably going to kill enemies if you keep empowering, right? Because you're gonna. That means that you're already drawing +1 rolling with a push. You know, you're already doing that. Sounds broken. My version or this version? I think. I feel like the thing is that this is already kind of pushing you towards killing, right? The first half is permanent. It doesn't go away. The first half stays. But then... yeah, so this is poor templating if that's the case. Because this does not imply that. Like, what does this mean? This means that when this charge falls off, this card goes in the bin. That's what this means. Right? So if this is permanent, then it wouldn't be able to exist on the same card. Or they would have to put... I don't know what they would do. They'd have to create some new terminology or wording here to actually explain that. The way I read this goes away after 4 uses. Well, the thing is that Pelicans, there's no implication that this stays out any longer than the 4 charges. Because what this should do is they should take this away then. If that's the case, they should take this away. Just not have a burn symbol. Like, just remove that card lost symbol from the card entirely. And just leave it there. And then that would make sense. Because then it would slide off. You'd have no more charges, but the card is not meant to be discarded, right? So you would just remove this symbol. But because this symbol is there on the card, I think that implies that after 4 charges, it's gone. That's the thing. If you wanted to make it permanent, remove this. And then that would... I think that would maybe not be the cleanest way of templating it, right? Might be a little bit odd, but would kind of make sense. So yeah, I think I would prefer if you just got a fully broken ability that just said whenever you would shuffle and empower, put it onto the top instead. Like, maybe that would be too strong. I don't know. But yeah, and so maybe this is their way of nerfing it slightly. Yeah, I think Pelican, that's a nice... I think that would be a fun way of playing it. I think I would like the card a bit more. But it's like other people have said, if you're not killing enemies, you're kind of doing that anyway. So just... you can maybe avoid killing enemies, but that's also a bit counterintuitive to winning the game. So... this is a really interesting card. I think the top is trash. Or I say trash, I mean just not playable, like at level 6. Like, it's just not. But the bottom is, like, really subtly very powerful. Tough. But also, like, we have to be careful with our burns, right? How many burns can we sustain? I don't know. Also, we need to kill an enemy to then trigger this, right? So we're going to need to kill something at least once to try and get the sated. Yeah, it's still, I think it's still strong. I don't know, just I would kind of like it to be for the rest of the game, but then maybe that is just way too good. Maybe that is just way too good. So what was that? That was the 2 level 6s, right? I think I'm going to be taking, I mean, this is just nuts. I mean, I don't know. A reliable attack 6. But then this is good. I don't know. Again, I tell you what. More so than a lot of different Gloomhaven classes, this class has some agonizing decisions at level up. I'll tell you that. There's some really good card design from both sides, because there is not a clear winner in either of them for me, like a lot of the time. It can, I think anybody could pick either of these 2 cards and they could make a very good argument, like, for that card. And they could, and I wouldn't disagree with them. So I think hats off to who designed this class, because trying to choose between these cards is really difficult. But I know, like, 2 builds, yes, but I think that they're very interlinked, though. More so than others. It's not like you're going a melee and a ranged build. Both of them benefit from each other, right? There's definitely more of a hybrid build here. I think you could go really far in one direction and say, okay, we are just taking the empower stuff and the rupture stuff. That's what I want to try and do. I think you could go hard on that, but I feel like most players would probably end up somewhere in the middle by just sort of picking a few of each and maybe focusing in on a little, leaning one way or the other, maybe. But, you know, it feels like there's good cards for both options for different reasons. Like, I think the level 2 empower card was really good. So, but then there's sometimes these cards have been, like, amazing. So, yeah. Good design. Survival Instincts. Retaliate 3 self. After the next 2 sources of damage from attacks targeting you this round, perform heal 3 self-empower. After the next 2 sources of damage from attacks targeting you this round, perform heal 3 self-empower. I like it. I guess this is a really do-nothing style card, though, right? It's like a tanky card. It is a tanky card, because you basically heal 3 of the damage that you take. You get to do 3 retaliate. This feels like an attempt to try and make retaliate good, which is a very hard thing to do, because retaliate without shield is always very hard to do. But this is trying to do that. You just have to have the health to begin with. You think this is quite good if you're going to get hit exactly twice, but not try to set it up. Also, no range. That's a good point. Range on retaliate really does often make the difference between it being playable or not. Yeah, I guess the thing is that at level 7, this isn't the type of card I'd like to see. At level 7, it's defensive. It probably has a place in a tanky build, but I've not really seen a very clear tanky build with this character. Like, we've seen 1 card with shield on it. 1. Yes, you can heal a lot, but the problem is when you play with, like, increased difficulty, you can't out-heal the damage. Like, that's a common mistake, in my opinion, that people make when you play on increased difficulty, is that you really cannot out-heal the damage that you take. So you're always losing. Shielding, you can at least kind of sometimes mitigate a lot of the damage and just slow it down. But, like, if you're having to heal for 8, 9 every single round, not good. Not good. Not good versus poison. Also very true. Very weak. Very, very weak, actually, against poison. 13 initiative is very low initiative, though. So, I mean, you need it on a card like this. So, move 4, jump, rupture, target 1 adjacent enemy. All adjacent enemies suffer 1 damage. That's a pretty nice effect, but it's just a bit... Again, this is another kind of bottom action that I would have liked to have seen earlier on. because it feels like a it feels like a good action, but it's just not. We're at a very high level now, so it's almost like you've been going from these types of cards to then this. It's very difficult, Whereas if this was like a level, I don't know, like a level 2 or level 3 card, maybe we'd be thinking a bit different about it. Also at level 7, Retaliate becomes worse because the enemies are now stronger too. If you want to try and build a Retaliate build, the best time to build it really is early on, because you can get a couple of like shield items and maybe the enemies don't hit you for very much. But when you start to get up and up and up and up, it becomes worse to play that way. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really like this card. I like the bottom of this as like an ability. I just wish it was on an earlier card. Maybe we could get it a bit earlier. We'll see what the other level 7 is. But at the moment, if it's like this, I'm going back for sure. This level 7 bottom jump is better than the level 6 lost bottom jump. Yeah, but most of the level 6s we're playing for the tops, right? Isn't it? It's true. It is. But most of the time we're playing them for the top, right? And I don't think the top action of that card is any good. Even though that's replayable. It's just not a very exciting card, I don't think. Maybe 13 initiative, move, jump, and... Maybe this is good enough. Maybe this is good mobility. Indomitable Craving. Wound and Rupture. Target one adjacent enemy. Nice. One adjacent enemy with wound or rupture suffers 3 damage. If that enemy has both conditions, they suffer 6 damage instead. If it kills the enemy, loot the hex it occupied. Ooh. This is an interesting one. Because this is pure damage. So this is like good night Flame Demon, Really good at killing living spirits and flame demons. Really good. What happens if you aren't satiate? Well, then you could still potentially do it. The thing is that the satiate just makes it very easy, right? This just makes it easy. Makes it clean, simple, all wrapped up with a bow on one card. If you're not, you're going to have to get the wound or rupture on some other way. Now, we have plenty of ways of moving onto an enemy and rupturing them. We have loads of ways of doing that and wounding them too. But it just makes it a little bit more awkward to do. This just ties it all up with a bow, makes it a very simple action. Whereas this is like you would have to have worked a little bit for it. I don't think it's worth giving up a top action to do 3 damage. Is it worth giving up a top action to do 6 pure damage? Absolutely. So, does this character want to draw attack modifier cards, though? Again, it's a card that solves a problem. But these kinds of cards generally shouldn't be... I don't know, maybe they should be this higher level up position. I don't know, this is strong. This is definitely strong. If you can do 6 pure damage to something through shields, through retaliate, don't have to worry about it. That's really good. The looting thing is just a nice little upside. I don't know. Hard one to evaluate, chat. 7 is a lot of pure damage. It is. Also, if they're wounded, they're going to be taking another point of damage. That's a fair point. And the rupture too. So you can potentially push them away to take even more damage as well. To take rupture damage as well. Yeah, I like this as a way of assassinating some really annoying enemy without actually assassinating them. Because this is kind of like a kill card, but it's not a kill card. It's designed to be sort of like a kill, but not as broken as a kill. So I like it. I feel like this is quite fair and balanced and really useful. But again, it's a lot of words. A lot of words. Hey, Rum and Coke. Guaranteed 6. Can't draw a minus or a cursed miss for when you need to absolutely do damage. Yeah. I mean, you can't really argue with that. You can't argue with that, can you? You can play this action while you have stun. You are immune to all negative conditions and gain advantage on all of your attacks this round. What? Okay. There's a lot of text on the bottom of this card too. You can play this action while you have stun. Well, 2 points to this. You should never be stunned. All right? Please never be stunned. Avoid that. First thing to do. Do not be stunned. I like the idea of it, but that feels like fluff to me. You are immune to all negative conditions and gain advantage on all your attacks. That's the real power level. Gaining advantage on all of your attacks this round, and then move 3. I mean, that's good. We have a couple of... Well, we only have 1 AoE, actually, which is this, which we said we weren't probably going to take. We may take. Might not take. I guess if you took this, it's better. Feels like we have a lot of inherent advantage on some of our attacks anyway, though. Move 3 strengthen is decent enough at 22 initiative. Immunity is a nice bonus. The stun part is just extra. Yeah, but the thing is it's not strengthen, is it? It's just advantage this round. If it was strengthen, I think we might be having... Yeah, I think it would be a slam dunk. But it's just this round. And that means we only have, you know, 1/2 of a card left unless we're going to use rings or something. Coming from my YouTube video, recently started playing Gloomhaven with the boys. Can't get enough. Awesome, dude. Well, welcome to the live stream. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing well. As a non-CCing melee character who mitigated damage by healing, having an anti-stun card isn't that unusable. True. True. I mean, it depends on the prevalence of your own stuns, doesn't it, really? Because you stun the enemy so they don't stun you. It's fair. That's a fair point. I guess if I was playing my campaign and I felt like I was being stunned a lot, maybe this would go up in value. I feel like the bottom is very strong anyway. That's a bit of a weird one at level 7. I'd actually maybe even consider going back here and taking one of the other, like, flashy cards that we had. There's a lot of really good choices here. So, you know, I don't mind there not being incredibly strong choices at 7. This has traditionally always been good, so you're not going to discount it. And I think that this is very strong too. So you'll probably end up taking this. But also I could see a world where someone wanted to go back, or maybe even made an argument for this because it's just consistent damage. Right, we need to speed up because I've realized the time. I'm only going to probably be able to cover maybe 1 character. I mean, or maybe we'll have a look and see what the one with the lowest amount of cards is. We'll do that one today. Heart Ripper, attack 6, add +4 attack if the target has rupture. Nice. We can probably make that happen very easily. Heal 5 self. Empower. Burn. Ooh, that burn, chat. Ooh. Nice reset, though.
No, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. This is like a good reset card, and I quite like having reset cards. So what I mean by that is, you know, you're kind of midway through the scenario. You've probably taken some hits. You know, you might be looking a little bit worse for wear. You know, this will allow you to potentially do a huge attack, kill an enemy, start to swing the scales back in your favor, heal 5, get back up to a decent amount of health, maybe get you out of that danger zone of being hit and killed, or remove a wound or something in the process. And Empower, obviously quite nice, giving you some extra value on a future attack. It's okay. Like, the thing is that it's not... Again, it's another good item to use, a good card to use with Long Spear, or Battle Axe, or Scythe. Any of those kind of items are going to be really good if you can get this on multiples. I guess just a little bit under 1, but it's attack 10. I mean, that's pretty good. Star Slinger has 10 and Bright Spark has 11. Okay, maybe not. I mean, I guess we can try Star Slinger. 90, very late. I don't know about the bottom of this card though, chat. Move 5, add +3 move and gain 1 on 90 initiative. I mean, if you want to go late and do a big move, maybe. This is an interesting one. This is obviously a good burn, but this is 90 initiative, move 5. I mean, I guess if you want some good, you know, go late then go early style turns, it's good for that. Go kind of force yourself to go back to back. It's good for that. But I don't feel like this is really like a huge upside. Move 5 is probably going to get you to where you need to be, right? Devour Hole, attack 4, kill the target if its current hit point value is equal to or less than 2 after the attack. Add +2 attack and gain 1 XP. Recover one of your discarded cards if the attack ability kills at least one. Isn't this the same as the other one? It's just an improved version, right? It's an improved version of the other one that we had. Because we had one that basically did this, and now they've added this. So it's the same, but now they've added, like, this bit. It's an improved version. Yeah, you like it? Yeah, I like it.
Bit spicy.
Again, we had the level 1 card that did this, and I thought that was going to be a role player for us for the entire time, and I think that it's still going to be good. So recovering a card, you know, trying to manage the stamina of this character is going to be a battle within itself. So any way that you can get cards back, I really like it. So yeah, this just seems like really good value and a nice upgrade to what we have already. I guess the thing is that when you get cards like this that are just an upgraded version of a previous card, they tend to be a little bit boring because you've already kind of played with the effect. It's just you doing your thing better. It's like why I don't really like the Berserker after level 5, because all of her cards are just her doing her thing better by not taking any damage. Right? Oh, I don't have to take any damage anymore. I just attack for 5 whenever I want. You know? It's just too easy. So that's my only kind of criticism of this, but it's very good. And is going to be very useful for the character for sure. It's good. I like it. 69 as well. Nice. Move 3, attack 6, move 3. Probably not worthy of a burn. Well, I don't know actually. Attack 6 is it's a fairly big attack. And you can move up something.
Nice.
Very nice. There it is. I was waiting for someone to do that. Move 3. Attack 6, move 3. Second best initiative you get. True. Lost bottoms are important to Sate's 2 tops. Yeah, it's true. That is very true. And the fact that this has an attack embedded into it too does make it like a very attractive one as well, right? Because it's almost like you're getting another attack as well, which you are. You're getting like even more value. Maybe this is actually really good. Would you want to play it early though? Like in the scenario that is? Because this feels like a really good... This is one of those cards where you're really going to have trouble deciding like which half of the cards you want to play. Because you're right. You're absolutely right. This is probably one of the best setup cards we've seen. Because you get to move in, attack, then potentially move on to something else, and then immediately start just hammering people. Like, just start going crazy. Right? Really good. This is tough. I like this card a lot. I think it's really good. There are 2 8s right there. That's tough, huh? I'm taking this card. I'm taking Devour Hole. Yeah, I'm taking Devour Hole.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
A little bit spicy. You missed the first part of this class. It says only granted on losses. There's one card that technically allows you to chain them into a future turn. But generally, yes. There is one card that allows you to chain into the next turn without burning. But it's like an attack 4 with wound. It's like good, but it's not like as good as all of your other like sated attacks at this point. Okay, attack 4, target 2. The first target gains rupture and the second target gains wound. Gain advantage, add +1 attack, PS2, and gain 1 XP. Rip and tear. Perfect name. Any kind of Doom reference in a card is a win for me. Very much approve of the name of this card. First target gains rupture, second target gains wound. Gain advantage, add +1 attack, gain PS2, and gain 1 XP on the final bit. I don't know. This feels kind of a bit... I mean, it's good. It's not bad by any means. But it just feels a little bit... I don't know, just a bit underwhelming. You choose one thing to get rupture, choose one thing to get wound. Get advantage. That's nice. So attack 2 things for 5 with advantage. You're probably averaging out something like 12, 13 damage, maybe 14. I mean, we've got to look at the perks yet quickly. I don't think we're going to get a chance to do another character today, chat. Sorry. I'm just like looked at the time. Like, I've really talked a lot about this character. But it's been a really good character to talk about, though. So I'm glad you guys picked it. Yeah, this is like... It's just good value. It's just really solid. Really solid. Repeatable 8 damage. And to be honest, even if you don't have the sated, right? That's the other thing we haven't talked too much about. We've talked about it a little bit, I think, about the level 1 cards, but I don't think I've talked about it too much since. But this is a card that if we weren't sated, I would absolutely still play the top. Like, the top is still good. Like, sure, we miss out on advantage, 1 attack, and the PS2, right? Which obviously is great, but it's not like, oh man, like this sucks. So no, you can actually like probably kill something or rub something, wound something. Like it's decent. The only sort of a slightly annoying thing being is that, you know, you're level 9. So when you start comparing level 9s, I would say in comparison to other characters level 9s, this is obviously not very strong. But a lot of people have way too broken level 9s. So yeah, I think it's just solid. You're not going to be upset about playing that, I don't think. On your next 6 attacks, targeting enemies with rupture or wound, add +4 attack. So this is kind of similar to like the what's it called? The Sunkeeper card. I was playing with it the other day. Oh god, it's not inspired sanctuary something. The one that gives you like +3 and wound on all your attacks, right? Angelic Ascension, thank you. So it's very similar to that kind of effect. I think it's a very all-in play. But the good thing is it gets you sated and then you just go crazy with it. I mean, this character has some ridiculous potential for damaging. The good thing about it is they very much focused it around single target. Or if they have done multiple targets, they've kind of reined it in a bit, right? They've limited it to some degree, which I think is good because it allows them to really pump these numbers without the worry that there's our one card that we gave them at level 3 that allowed them to change that into a attack everything at range 2. We've broken the game, right? They haven't printed any kind of card like that and designed any card like that for this character. So even this is really good and allows you to just go nuts for 6 attacks. Like just kill everything, which is very thematic to the name of the card, what the character's kind of about. So I do really like this thing effect on this character. Just go into a crazy frenzy, just kill everything. You get sated as well. Importantly, though, you're going to have to do at least 1 attack to get the sated off, which is kind of a bit odd. So that's interesting. There might be some weird timing mechanics with that, with certain other abilities. Like, say, for example, the level 2 card, which was this, right? So, like, the timing of things. Like, I've done this attack 3. It's moved across. I'm now sated. Can I do this? I don't know. Like, there's a few timing issues with the way that it's presented with, like, that card. I think. Might be other cards too. I mean, if it works, cool. But it's one of those things, right? It's like, maybe there's a few little timing issues. But if they allow that, then it's good. Then I think you probably play it with that card, right? And that's how you start your rampage, if you like. All right, it's strong. This is a strong card. This is a really good top. That's just value. And the bottom could potentially, you just go nuts. Belly of the Beast. Become sated, then play 4 cards from your lost pile, performing 2 top actions and 2...
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Oh... This one is spicy. Oh. Oh my god. This card, though. Maybe this is the level 9. Ooh. Play 4 cards. Just, what? Take 2 free full turns. That's mental. But you do die at the end of it, you know? But if you're in the last room, right? And you're like, oh no, guys, I'm going to exhaust before you kill the boss. Then you just go, slam, Belly of the Beast. I'm going to take loads of turns, wipe a room. That's crazy. Okay, that's a very level 9 feeling ability. I like this. Ooh. Yeah, witness me. Definitely. The glaze of glory. Glory. And you trigger all the stated parts. Yeah. This is really good. Yeah, I like it. And there you have your non-burn states. Yeah, and then let's talk about the bottom of this card as well, chat. Because I'm obviously, like, the cogs are whirling on this. This is awesome. But the bottom of this card is also really good. The next time you kill an enemy, perform Empower Self 4 times. And it's replayable. What? What? Actually, what? This is not hard. And the thing is then you get 4 + 1 rolling modifiers as well. Put into your deck. +1, push 1 rolling modifiers. I mean, that's crazy. That is insanely good. Okay, it's got to be this card, right? It's also scenario long until used, not just round. We have the infinity. Oh, imagine if it was round. That would be pretty balanced, actually. I think if you you could balance this by taking off for the Empower and making it a round. That'd be interesting. Then it could have been a card that was introduced earlier, but I feel like this is like thematically what like your level 9 should be. The level 9 should be you just go crazy, and both of these cards do that. Oh, I mean, could you really call yourself a Ruinmaw player if you didn't take this level 9 card, chat? Would you be able to look yourself in the mirror if you didn't take this card playing this character? Honestly, could you? I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could, because this is nuts. Like, it's just even if it's maybe not that, even if like this is, you know, maybe not as good as you think, like this is insane. And then like this is good. This is still really good, but it's kind of boring. This is non-boring. This is just nuts. This is just, I'm gonna do something crazy, guys. Just trust me. Have we looked at perks yet? Briefly, but we'll go into them again in a minute. Can't play the ones that have a burn symbol? No, you can't. But you don't really care, right? Because you'll do this right at the very end when you've burned like these things. The thing is, this does, to be fair, this does make you have to adjust like your burn strategy a little bit, because suddenly it, you know, when you're towards the end of a scenario, right, and you're gonna die, you're like, do you know what, guys, I'm just gonna burn all my best cards to either get XP or, you know, perhaps they're more impactful, you know, for doing damage and things like that. You know, like you're gonna die, you just like, let me burn these cards. So actually it does change your burn strategy a little bit, because now you're gonna, when you long rest or short rest, you're gonna be targeting a couple of those powerful cards that are not burns, right? Basically, you can't perform the action that has the burn, right? So we could perform this top, but we couldn't perform this bottom. And that's how I'm reading it, right? This is broken because it increases your longevity significantly. You use the bottom instead of burns, and then when you want a lot of non-burns, that you use satiety and get 2 additional turns. Yeah, it's true. It makes you feel way more like a higher card count class. That's true. It's very freeing, very liberating. You know, you've been spending all this time trying to work out like, oh, I'm gonna have this many cards. You know, you got the stamina calculator up on the other screen, putting all your numbers in. Oh, I can burn a card here. I'm gonna exhaust it. And then Belly of the Beast comes around. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just don't burn any cards. You don't need to. But if you exhaust, you still get scenario goals. Yes. I mean, to be honest, you don't like it. It does that thing that I mentioned about Zerka not taking damage for high damage cards. Yes, but you're right. But the difference here, I think, is that it's only at level 9. The problem with the Berserker is the power creep on that character starts at like level 4, you get Flurry, and then from every level onwards, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you just get none of her mechanic, pretty much. You get like more of Madness, I guess. But like there's like, do you know what I mean? It's every level, it just stops. Whereas this character has still been rocking that strategy most of the way, and now we're at level 9. It's like, hey, you know, we're gonna take the leash off you go, you know. And I don't mind that because it's level 9. I think it's more of a problem when it's like starts earlier and it creeps that whole time, because then it's just like, I don't know, it just doesn't become fun to level up anymore. It's not more broken than other level kinds. No, it's not. It just enables the character to do whatever, like, it just frees your character up. I think if you wanted to look at something that was, you could argue that this is pretty obnoxious in terms of like wiping a room. You could clear a room out very quickly using this. But this is what I mean. The character, because they haven't given you a broken card, they could have very easily created a card for this character that said this, but it said turn it into a target to everything type card, right? So like an unstable upheaval, right? They could have made a mini unstable upheaval, kind of like what the problems I have with the Berserker is. You have is it Burning Hatred? You have the one where you consume fire and it turns it into a range 2 attack. Is it Burning Hatred? Might be Burning Hatred. But there's the one where you consume fire and it turns your, you know, little attack, melee attack, into a target range 2, target everything. And the problem becomes, oh, now I can just kill everything in the room really quickly. And they've not done that with this character. They've not given you some busted card where it's like, oh, now you can just attack everything in the room, or you can attack 5 things at once. And you're like, great, pour all of my resources into this. You don't have that. So it feels like every card has a place, and it feels like every card has a use and will be played, rather than it being stamina potion this card, stamina potion that card, stamina potion this. Like maybe you will stamina potion a lot for this, because once you've done it once, you run out of sated, you want to do it again. But it's, I don't know, like it just feels like this character's got a nice mix of cards, and they haven't fallen into like some kind of pitfall where they give you just one card with that one line of text that then just makes it bleh, you know? Fair, you just think the puzzle of working out when to play losses is fun and shouldn't be disregarded level 9. That's fair. It's fair, dude. And honestly, if you wanted to like just avoid this card and go for this, I think this is also it's a very strong card. It's just not like, you know, like this is very unique. And so in situations like this, I generally, as long as the unique thing is at least interesting, I'll usually go for that. Like it's at least interesting and potentially good. But you know, sometimes you get a unique thing and it's terrible. But yeah, this is pretty good. You think you'll want to play this character? I think it seems like a very fun character to play. It's got that all-in kind of nature to it that I like with characters, which is always good. Right, so let's look at perks, because we didn't properly look at perks. Okay, so we've got replace 1 -2 with 1 -1 rupture and wound card. That's a strict upgrade in many ways, actually. So not only are you you're increasing the amount of damage that the card does by 1, you're also adding wound, which is an additional point of damage and potentially more on the upside, and rupture as well. So that's actually a really good perk. It turns that -2 into a card that you don't want to draw into a -1 that you absolutely wouldn't mind drawing, you know. And there'll be times when you've got so much rupture and wound going that, yeah, maybe it's just a -1, but I foresee that to be a pretty damn good perk. Replace 1 -1 with 1 +0 with wound card. Again, that's increasing your damage potentially by 2. So that's really good. Definitely want to be doing that. Replace 1 -1 with 1 +0 rupture. Same again, less good than the wound, but you could maybe say that because you're playing, like if you're playing the rupture build, maybe you might want to go for rupture over wound, but I'm leaning towards wound being better because it's just going to be consistent, whereas rupture less consistent, right? Replace 1 +0 card with 1 +1. Add +3 instead if the target has rupture. Well, you're increasing it from a +0 to a +1 regardless, right? So regardless of what you're doing, you are increasing the damage by 1, which is decent. And then you have the maybe upside of getting an additional +3. If you get that upside, that's pretty crazy. And to be honest, you can do this 3 times. That's very good. Actually, very, very good. Not to mention that, well, I mean, you have like rolling modifiers as well. That's really good, chat. Because you get 3 of them as well. If you only got 1 of them, it would be one of those kind of like whatever. But you can get 3 of these. Yeah, it's not +4. It's +3. Yeah. It's instead, yeah. But still, like the fact that you can get 3. Maybe this character's gonna be very taxed on their perks, though. You know, what you get first? Replace 1 +0 card with 1 rolling heal oneself empower card. Good for the empower build. And just gets you an extra bit of damage in, and is removing a card. So this is the deck thinning. This is the only deck thinning I think we get. And I think that's, to be honest, that might be a very good early perk to just get. I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe getting that top one with the minus, getting rid of the -2 might be good too. Once each scenario, become sated after collecting your 5th loot token. Okay. Well, that explains all the loots. You know? We did briefly look at this earlier, and we saw that. And that kind of explains a lot of the loots. But...
yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
So, again, I'm not... This is a bit of a weird part of this character that I'm not jiving with. It's my one, like, it's almost as if they've tried to jam one thing too many into this character. Like, I feel like this character is very strong and interesting as it is. And then for some reason, there's this, like, looting mechanic that's kind of been sort of sandwiched in there. And I don't really feel like it's necessary. It's just too much. And also thematically is against what the character says on the back of their card. Unless I'm reading this wrong, chat. Am I just being wrong? But it specifically says here that it just wants the thrill of the hunt and feeding off people. Specifically mentions not wanting coin in its bio, and yet has a mechanic about getting coins. You know? Is that a vermling or a werewolf? Well, that's it. I think that's the... I don't think werewolves don't really exist, but... I mean, I guess they could. They could have just created a new... I think they wanted to keep it within the Gloomhaven world, maybe. You could understand looting a dead enemy like eating its corpse. Like eating dead monsters' corpses. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose. I just think that's a bit of a reach. Like, to me, that's a little bit of a reach. Because no other character views it that way. You know? Like, no other character in the game sees it in that way. So it's like you're making a very thematic stretch to make that work for your own devices, right? They probably had the idea, and I don't mind, like, the idea of, like, this feeding off the corpses makes total sense. But it's like, how do I... And then it's like, well, how do I make that work within the mechanics of the game? And then that was, like, the stretch, right? Oh, it would work with looting because looting is dead corpses. And it's that kind of... I get it, but it's just a little bit too much of a stretch for me. And like I said, I feel this character's really strong with the mechanics it has. Don't really feel like it needed like a third layer of mechanics on top of it. Like, just, I feel like they made a really strong character and a fun character here. I just don't feel like they needed to then put something else into it, you know? Like, hey, now there's this looting mechanic. Okay. Also, I'm not a huge fan of this from a team play perspective either. So if I'm playing with a buddy and they're playing the Ruinmaw and he's got this perk, I am immediately hindering my team by looting over him, which is not a good look for a cooperative game. Like, he can make the argument, no, I need to get that loot. I'm like, yeah, but I need it because I'm trying to grow my character. Like, I'm trying to buy like an item for my character. Yeah, but if I get it, I get to do my safety thing, which is so good. Like, I'll kill all the enemies. It's like, yeah, but I really want to buy a cape. But no, I need to take it because it's better for me. You know what I mean? It's like it adds a weird other dynamic to looting, which is already a little bit like, oh, how do we split the loot? You know, it already is a bit of a weird mechanic sometimes of people trying to get loot. But it's like the argument when you're a character playing with the Eclipse and you also use Dark. Do you ever honestly expect to be using that Dark? You know, it's like, well, you say it's only 5 piles. I mean, 5 piles is a decent amount of loot, you know? And if you're moving through a scenario naturally, that might not, you know, they're probably trying to get it to a certain point. But then they can still loot after they've done it too, right? So they can still run around and loot. But what you're setting a minimum loot value, right? And also, what happens when this character I mean, I don't know if they rework battle goals, but what happens when this character gets a battle goal that says, well, you know, take no loot? You just waste a perk? I know that you get 2, but you know what I mean? Like, I personally do not like this idea of making something like that more of a issue than it already is. Like, I feel like it's already a bit of a contentious issue sometimes, and some players might not even like it, right? You might be playing with somebody and you might introduce them to Gloomhaven for the first time, and you're running around getting all the loot and they're getting none. And at the end of the scenario, they don't feel good about it because they didn't get any, because your character was better at looting than theirs, or you had something like this, which is incentivizing you to, right? I don't know. Gloomhaven's unthematic though. The enemies just transport into loot rather than bodies. Transmute into bodies. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's if you're playing. I feel like Jaws of the Lion and Frosthaven and this game as well are a lot more. I don't know. They feel like the gore level has been turned up a little bit in recent games versus the original Gloomhaven game. And in digital, they've definitely made it more. I'm not going to say family friendly, but they've certainly toned down some of the more gothic elements of Gloomhaven on the universe as a whole. You like the Frosthaven looting much better? Other things you can use other than gold? Yeah. It's just, it might not be too much of an issue. I might be blowing it out of proportion. I might be wrong on this. But for me, I don't like adding some other mechanic into other characters trying to get wealth. Like in Frosthaven, you're right. In Frosthaven, it might not matter so much because often you're going to be getting materials and that's going to be useful. But then thematically, that makes no sense either because you're snacking on a body to then get, do you know what I mean? That's why it's a reach, because you're seeing it as something else. Nobody else is seeing it as. Like, yeah, I don't know. I get where they were going with it. I just feel like it was maybe one too many mechanics that just didn't need to be there. And sometimes that's the case with characters. I feel like it's a very tight what they've done. And by adding in all of the loot stuff, it was like they wanted to add a little bit more jazz to the loot actions. They wanted to add something more to the loot actions, which I totally get. Because like I said before, I find that most of them are so boring that you need to add something there. And they did, but I think maybe they just went a little bit too much with it. Like, just a little bit too much. But there's no doubt that this is a strong perk. This is obviously a very, very strong perk. Because a free sated is, you know, it's a free card for you. You would have to burn a card to do that. So that is a free card. So you absolutely take this perk. Whether or not you take it early rather than late, I don't know. I would probably suggest, I'd probably suggest it being a fairly early perk, because of course the thing is that these kinds of perks, they pay off the sooner you get them, right? Because you now permanently have that ability. So once you have it, you want to continue on. Like, you don't want to, you're not going to get this perk at level 9 and you play for 2 scenarios with it, right? You're going to want to get it early on to benefit from it. Become sated each time you lose a card to negate suffering damage. This... This is an interesting one, because you could, in theory, opt to just do this, right? This does give you the ability to just, at any point when an enemy attacks you, doesn't need to be killing you, could just be attacking you for 1. You'd be taking 1 damage, and you could have 15 health. But you say, I'm going to burn a card to this, because you've got, like, perhaps you go late with 2 sated actions. Like, so you've picked two actions that are going to be sated, and you invite the enemy to attack you. They attack you, you opt to burn a card instead, then bang, you get the sated and you can go. The only problem with this, though, is that you're only sated until the end of your next turn, so you would kind of lose out on the subsequent turn of sated if you were to play that way. I said it'd be interesting if you had a way to maybe do damage yourself. So it's a bit weird, because you're essentially getting to do the sated thing a little bit quicker. But you're missing out on a subsequent turn. It's a bit odd. I don't think this is particularly good, personally. I can see it maybe having a place, and it's not a bad thing to just have in your back pocket, right? It will come in use at some point, I expect, but I don't think it's like a run out and grab perk, right? Or you have wound and get sated at the start of your turn, since wound triggers before actions. Yeah, but you still have to burn a card, right? The thing is that you're still burning a card. So it's not... And usually when you do that, you're burning a card and you're getting an action, right? So you're burning and getting an action and getting sated. Whereas this thing is you're burning a card, getting no action, but getting sated. So it's like... It's interesting. You thought 90 minutes per character, then 180, but nope, 240. I said to you guys, when I start talking about characters, I can't shut up, all right? I'm sorry. It's not it's in my nature to just go on forever about characters, because I really enjoy doing this. I really enjoy talking about characters, like, in stupid detail. And this was a really good character to pick, because it's good. Like, it's a really good character, and I think I would have a lot of fun playing it. And it's got lots of intricacies between the different cards. There's a lot of fun little interactions and things going on, which makes it a very fulfilling and interesting character to talk about. We're not talking about a character that just does attack 3 and move 4 every turn, Like, hey, it's a good character to pick. Yeah, just don't talk about rules so much. Yeah, it's always difficult to not talk about rules when you talk about things, because of course everyone, you can always find the exception, or like, the gray area, especially when you look at advanced classes in general. They will be using more complex mechanics that will probably lean on the rule set a bit more. How many cards do I imagine burning through playing, not resting with this character? Well, we can try. We can get that. We can get that up, right? Is that the one? I think this is the one, right? Can we do a... Well, let's do... Crack Heart's got 11 cards, right? So, same number of cards. Let's say we burn a card probably pretty early. Let's say we burn a card somewhere like there. Oh, not long rest. Let's say we burn a card there. Then we take 2 safety turns. And then we... Probably we long rest, like somewhere like this. 6. Then let's say we need to burn another one. And we want to go pretty hard on this. So let's say we burn another card there. take a couple of save turns. Then we rest there. Then let's say we probably go a few rounds without burning a card because we're already low. Maybe we go something like that. Then maybe we go like towards the end. We maybe go like burn. Burn. I mean, it's not many rounds, right? Or maybe we like long rests, burn. Burn? Or burn? It's not many. Like, I feel like this is a relatively... This is like a relatively acceptable way of playing. Bear in mind that we won't be able to long rest either. So let's say like somewhere in this room, we had to short rest. I feel like there's also going to be an element of using a sated burn action and then short resting to get back your other really good cards to use as well. There'll be an element of that for sure. Yeah, it's not many rounds, chat. It's not many rounds. If we were to slow this down a little bit, I feel like, you know, trying to stay away from burning a card maybe in the first room, you know, that gives you a little bit more. Or if you were to maybe burn in the first, but then not burn in the second, because obviously it doesn't make a difference because of the number of cards you have. So if you were to burn here, you also do have some ways of like stamina potions and stuff like that. Which I don't think... I think there is something here, right? No, there isn't. I think some of the calculators have potions and things on there, but I don't think this one does. Guess why those card recovery sated bonuses are useful? Yeah, absolutely. You can see here you're not invulnerable, you know? And compared to someone like the Spellweaver, who's very incentivized, right? Who's a character who does burn every single turn. Well, maybe not every single turn, but you burn a lot. I mean, look, you burn... Like, the way that I do with Spellweaver is I always say you burn one card per rest, right? So you burn one in, like, round one, like you burn Fire Orbs, let's say, as your first card. Maybe you might even burn two. You might even put your summon out, right? You might even put your summon out on turn 2. Then you probably go like maybe a burn here, and you probably like long rests. It's very easy to just go crazy on this. And then you kind of build out the back end. Ideally, you want to build towards the perfect reviving ether, right? So maybe you burn like there. Something like that. So you can go like around there. That would be quite aggressive. Quite an aggressive burn curve for the Spellweaver, I would say. You'd probably look to do something more like this. I don't know. But yeah, so you're gonna be taxed. You're gonna be taxed. Right, the last couple of perks. Whenever one of your abilities causes at least one enemy to gain Rupture, immediately after that ability, perform a move 1. Huh. That's kind of spicy. I quite like that. That seems... That seems pretty useful. Just a little move. Because then you move away, right? So you rupture them. Then you move away. So they have to move towards you. So they take a point of rupture damage. So it's kind of like just... It just synergizes really well with rupture. Yeah, we already have a lot of movement, right? But it's not just about that. It's about triggering rupture. It's not about mobility necessarily. It's about triggering rupture. Because if we move towards an enemy, do a melee attack, rupture them, then we can move away, then they're forced to have to move to us, and then they take rupture damage, right? So that's like, I feel like that's where that sits. That's what that's intention is. So another difficult one to evaluate, because of course, depends on how much rupture you've got, like what cards you've gone for. Are you on the rupture plan? But in theory, could be quite good. The last one is the classic: ignore negative scenario effects and remove 1/-1 card. So interestingly, we cannot wear armor. We are not an armor wearer, which I thought might be something we could potentially do, considering that we are a melee kind of character, but thematically wouldn't make sense for this character to wear armor, right? I mean, look, I guess we're wearing some kind of, we're wearing like the bones of our enemies or something. I don't know. Thematically wouldn't make much sense. We got pauldrons. But ignoring negative scenario effects, generally pretty good. Removing 1/-1 is a nice added benefit, so definitely take it. Like if it's just a blank ignore negative scenario effects, personally I sometimes don't take it because I feel like although it is beneficial, it's a bit boring. So it is beneficial, but it's just a bit boring. But this one at least gives you another little sweetener, sweetens the deal by removing 1/-1, which definitely makes it a good one to get. Maybe even be the first one that you get. Depends on if you're playing Crimson Scales. I don't know how prevalent negative scenario effects will be. If we assume that they've done it with a similar distribution as Gloomhaven, then there are some scenarios that absolutely having this perk is almost a must, as it's really brutal to play without it. So it will be one that you will end up getting. All right. Whew. There we go. 1 out of 3 ain't bad, huh? Thank you, Shadow, for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. Treasure for the quest, my friend. It was very kind of you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so sorry that went on quite a while, chat. I know we were planning on doing 3 today. 2 more and make it 12 hours. No, I didn't think I got, but I mean, I really enjoyed this. I hope you guys did too. I really, really enjoyed this. It's a really good character, so thank you for choosing it, people in the Discord. This class was chosen by people in the Discord, so if you aren't in the Discord, make sure to go hang out, because when we do things like this, I'll just put a poll in the Discord for people's opinion. Yep, do it again. I think so. We'll continue this on. So probably next Wednesday, we'll move on to the Bright Spark and then the Star Slinger. I mean, there's like 16 classes, right? I've got 16 weeks worth of content now. Beautiful. If the other classes are of similar quality to this, I think we're in for a treat. I think this was really, really well done. Very thematic, clearly been play tested a lot and clearly been balanced a lot. Like they have a very good understanding of the balance of the game and how to, design fun but fair abilities. They've clearly got a knack for it. I think it was really good. Star Slinger is listed as lower complexity. I'm not going to start looking at it. If I do, that'll be it. I'll be gone for another 3 hours, at least. I like the way it says, Star Slinger is lower complexity. Words. Not today. Not today. Don't mean for tonight. Yeah, we'll put that on pause. But yeah, it was good. I like to put, as you know, if you've seen any of my guides on YouTube, as you know, I like to go into detail with these things because I think that there's, Gloomhaven is a very interesting and complex game, and there's a lot of intricacies in it, and sometimes you can write a card off just immediately and you'd be wrong, because there's sometimes quite a lot of nice, fun synergies or situations in which things can be very good. And the whole system of just creating new characters is just, I mean, it's pretty nuts, right? I don't think there's many games out there that have the ability to do that. Like, to literally create, it's like you're creating a new class, but you've got so much design space for the class. It's insane. I have 56 hours of content. Love it. Am I planning on breaking out Tabletop Simulator on the stream at some point to play through Crimson Scales? I won't commit to like a full playthrough of Crimson Scales, but I will definitely play some. The hurdle I need to get over is I hate Tabletop Simulator. I'm sorry, but I do. I might have to ask Gripe if he would give me a tutorial or something. Maybe I'll see if Gripe would be interested in doing like a co-stream or something, and maybe we'll play Tabletop Simulator at some point. I know that he generally likes to play solo because he likes to, you know, the pace of play that he can play at. Same with me. Like I'm similar. When you're trying to like do something and you want to try and make good progress, you know, playing solo, you can speed through things. But I'll have a chat with him. I just don't want to put him under pressure. I know he's very busy at the moment with Frosthaven stuff, which is why he's not streaming as much himself at the moment. But if he was willing to show me the ropes, I'll be appreciated, because I just dislike it. Like, I just do. Well, none of the buttons work. And I never know what to click, and nothing ever works when I want it to, and I end up just getting frustrated. Like, I did try and play, if you remember when we played Frosthaven on stream, the demo module, a very long time ago for OG stream viewers, back before Gloomhaven Digital was like properly out. We were playing the demo module for Frosthaven, and I was just getting so frustrated with Table. And it's not the module's fault. Well, it's Tabletop Simulator's fault. Tabletop Simulator is okay for simpler games. You'd hate to play Gloomhaven on that. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is that a lot of people did because that was the only thing they had, right? You know, I think it says a lot when people will actively play on a, you know, like an inferior platform or something that is frustrating just to be able to play a game, you know? I think that says a lot about the game. The players are willing to literally deal with quite a awkward system to be able to play Gloomhaven. That says a lot about Gloomhaven, I think. Isn't Gripe across the globe from you as well? No, he's at +1. Unless he's moved again. He's in France right now, isn't he? Or I think he's in Europe, right? +1. So he's not too dissimilar to me. Tabletop Sim's newest mod is actually really, really great. Probably the best one you've seen. Nice. Well, I know that it's taken a lot of improvements over the years. So, I mean, I will be, for Frosthaven, I plan on actually playing that live with my boxed version of Frosthaven on stream. So I can properly avoid Tabletop Sim. But they have, I think Rage made a video last week. And she said that there is no Frosthaven Tabletop Simulator kind of mod coming, or it's coming anytime soon. So I know a lot of people have been like, oh yeah, we'll play Frosthaven maybe. I think she made it quite clear that they've been playing on a very botched mod that's not really fit for purpose, and you know, people shouldn't expect that there's going to be some amazing Frosthaven mod for Tabletop Simulator coming anytime soon. There's a Dune Imperium Tabletop Simulator module. Ooh. But I've just sleeved my cards, Kira. I have to play in real life. You've reminded me, though. I need to try and bribe my girlfriend to play with me this weekend or something. He's currently on US on a trip, but he lives somewhere in Europe. You believe France? Yeah, I know that his wife's French, I think, and he spent a lot of time in France. Cool. Well, anyway, I think we're going to end the stream about there. So thank you all so much for watching this kind of a bit of a bit of a different thing today. A bit different than like digital, than we've been playing a lot. But I think it's always a good idea to check out new things, try new things, and you know, the modding community of the actual physical game is insane. I don't even really speak to those guys or know those guys at all, you know, but I know that they have like, they go to insane levels, as you can see with Crimson Scales. So, and they're all very talented, and they all, I believe, help playtest now as well with Frosthaven. So, you know, they know what they're doing, and it's obvious, like, the quality level of this class is as, I mean, it's as good as any of the official ones, in my opinion. In fact, better than some, you know, I think. Hey, thank you so much for watching the video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I think this character is really, really interesting. I actually think this is like, this could potentially be one of my favorite characters, you know, if I got playing it, kind of maybe ever. It sort of bundles together a lot of mechanics that I really like. I really like burning cards for big effects, and this character is all in on that. And yeah, I think it's obviously been spent a lot of time on it to really kind of get it up to a really high level of quality, really, and it wouldn't be lost amongst other classic Gloomhaven classes, I feel, or potentially Frosthaven classes. So yeah, done a really, really good job on this particular class, and Yknits, who was the designer, was in chat with us talking about it, and yeah, he did a great job. So congratulations, dude. It's a really good class. I will be uploading the entire series of these now to Patreon first, then probably onto YouTube. If you would like to get a sneak peek at these videos early, then head over to patreon.com/mandatoryquest, where I've just started a Patreon pledge. I will be probably releasing a video, if I have not already, addressing this. But yeah, I've decided to start a Patreon. So we will be releasing videos a little bit early there. Some videos, not all videos, will be released early there, but some videos will be for people to check out. And yeah, hopefully you'll find some value there. It's a great way to support the channel, and I really appreciate it when people do. You can also come over to twitch.tv/mandatoryquest on Wednesdays if you'd like to catch this series live, if I'm still doing it. If not, I do stream on Mondays and Sundays as well, Gloomhaven usually, so come hang out on stream. Okay, all that's left for me to say is thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I will catch you in the next one. Bye.
I think still, yeah.
That's the blessing from Cowhead. That's the blessing from...
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?